Sanity is getting hard to see. Things just aren't the way that they used to be. Well, I can't help wishing that I could rearrange all the things that change and everything that stays the very same. I stay alive, just trying to get on by. Still sometimes I feel so dead inside. Oh.
Better turn that mic on, huh? I'd like to welcome everyone to the August 26th meeting of the Sebastian City Council. I'm going to call the meeting to order, please. We're going to have the invitation. Is he there? All right. With Cantor Sarah Kell, and then Pledge of Allegiance held by Vice Mayor Malty. If you'd rise, please.
Our God and God of our ancestors, the one who inspires salvation, source of life and power, may you bless and protect the leaders of our city council. May the Holy One of blessing bring strength to all who work in our communities on behalf of those who need our support, strengthening them both in body and in spirit, and rewarding their efforts with success. May those in leadership act in accordance with the insight that the truly strong are those who raise up the fallen, the truly honored are those who honor caregivers, and the truly wise are those who acknowledge the vital work of those who work with them. We turn to our leaders for inspiration and hope, direction, and guidance. May they lead us in paths of peace, build communal cohesion through both word and deed, and bring about this blessing. May the one who brings peace on high, keeping fire and water in a delicate balance, bring peace and safety and prosperity to our world. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, have the roll call, please.
Mayor Dodd.
Here.
Vice Mayor Motti.
Present.
Councilmember Gilliams.
Here.
Councilmember Hill.
Here.
Is Councilmember Pierce with us? She's coming on Zoom, but she's not here yet.
Okay. Council, if there's no objections under agenda modifications, Councilmember Gilliams would like to make a report on the Affordable Housing Committee meeting he attended this week under the committee reports and appointments section.
Well, he could do that at any time under that section, but I suppose we could place that there.
Yeah, okay. So, all right. Now we're on to proclamations and awards. I'm very pleased this evening to have a proclamation for the Treasure Coast Food Bank. I believe we all know that COVID-19 has not been an equal impactor on the economy, that it's really impacted the lower end of our economy much more dramatically than it has the higher end. So food needs are dramatic this year compared to where they've been. But whereas hunger and poverty remain issues of grave concern in the United States and the state of Florida, the Treasure Coast, and the city of Sebastian, with 19,020 children and adults in Indian River County now categorized as food insecure. And whereas the city of Sebastian is committed to working with the Treasure Coast Food Bank in mobilizing people about the role of importance of food banks and their hunger relief organizations by bringing attention to the need to devote more resources to hunger issues. And whereas the food banks and hunger relief organizations across the country, including the Treasure Coast Food Bank, coordinated Hunger Action Day on September 10th, 2020, and will continue to host numerous events throughout September to shed light on this important issue and encourage involvement in efforts to end hunger in our local community. Now, therefore, I, Ed Dodd, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Sebastian, Florida, do hereby proclaim September as Hunger Action Month in Sebastian and call this observance to the attention of our citizens. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Sebastian to be affixed this 26th day of August, 2020.
Got one?
Get it?
Right.
All right. You want to?
Yeah. So, hi, I'm Sherry Siegfried. I'm the Director of Client Services with the Treasure Coast Food Bank. On behalf of our CEO, staff, board of directors of the Treasure Coast Food Bank, we'd like to thank the council members for proclaiming September Hunger Action Month. Treasure Coast Food Bank is the largest hunger relief organization on the Treasure Coast, providing food and other essentials to those in need. The impact of COVID-19 has shown how easily people can find themselves in need of emergency food assistance. And amid the pandemic, the Treasure Coast Food Bank has seen the need increase by 200%. In the months since the start of the pandemic, over 10 million pounds of healthy, nutritious food have been distributed throughout the Treasure Coast. We cannot do this without you and your continued support and the support of our over 400 programs and partner agencies. Please visit our website, stophunger.org, to learn more about our mission. Thank you guys all so much. Thank you.
Okay, brief announcements. September 5th, in Sebastian, fireworks over the lagoon at 8:30 p.m. Hope everyone can plan to be there. I believe we can still social distance or whatever we need to do by that time. And we're going to enjoy the fireworks. Is that right?
Yes. That's absolutely correct. And we would recommend those that can try to observe it from their vehicles if at all possible. And we're going to do the best we can to keep people separate. But as we said before, it is, Sebastian is known for its events, and this will bring some normalcy to our community again. So okay. I appreciate the council's support.
Thank you. I have a feeling that with all the stuff that's going on with COVID, probably Earth Day is going to be the next time we're going to be able to have a blowout, and I think we should have a dynamite Earth Day celebration next year to celebrate all of this. This was left, I don't know if you want me to read these meetings, the public meetings notice that you left me. Do you want me to announce those? No? Okay, all right. There was a thing left up here about 4 public meetings at the county, but it's not something they want me to announce. All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 8, a public hearing for the Community Block Grant 2019-2020 amended annual action plan through adoption of resolution number R20-16. Would the attorney like to read the resolution heading, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, approving the Community Development Block Grant 2019/2020 amended annual action plan, recognizing receipt of additional Community Development Block Grant, open paren, CDBG, close paren, funding authorized by the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, open paren, CARES Act, close paren, and authorizing the city manager to execute and transmit all documents to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, providing for conflict, providing for scrivener's error, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, who would you like to introduce this?
Ms. Frazier's here, and so is Mr. Corbett, who handles our management of our CDBG funds. This is an additional $74,000, a little larger than we have received, and because we received that money, we have to go through this process setting the fund. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Frazier and Mr. Corbett.
Ms. Frazier.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for hearing this evening. As the City Manager expressed to you, we received approximately $74,000 from the CARES Act. In compliance with HUD, we must identify how we will use those dollars in accordance with the CARES Act. It was determined that due to the limited funding, we would roll it into our existing housing program that we have for our annual action plan, the 2019-2020 action plan. So in consequence of that, we need to present to you this evening the amended action plan for 2019-2020. In the very near future, you will see the new action plan for 2020 2021. However, this evening, Mr. Corbett Aldi, he is with Guardian, our consultant for our CDBG funding, is here to do the public announcement and the public hearing for this program in accordance with HUD. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, council members, citizens, administrator, Corbett Aldi, regarding community resource management. Once again, for the record. It's our pleasure to be here before you again. This is a CDBG, a Community Development Block Grant Fund public hearing to get input on an amendment to the action plan. Just to recap, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant Funds, are to benefit low and moderate income persons. They can be used also for removal of slum and blight, and sometimes in disasters and hurricanes for emergency response. When we say we must benefit low and moderate income persons, we need to give you an example of that. There is an income chart for Indian River County, a family of 4 at $55,000. Gives you an idea of what low to moderate income is. What we are here tonight is for an amendment to increase the funding for 2019-2020 due to an award through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, also called CARES. The additional funding is $74,778. It is to assist the public in dealing with COVID-19, and funds are proposed to be added to the housing repair program to make staying at home for the elderly and disabled safer. For those who need repairs and don't have money for those repairs, keep their home healthy and safe. So just a summary of the plan itself. There are 2 elements: housing, which promotes affordable housing, focused on seniors, veterans, and the disabled, home repairs, and then public facilities. In this case, we're doing sidewalks in the CRA and the Community Redevelopment Agency. And there's a breakdown with the amendment of the funds: sidewalk repair, $50,000, and then home repair program up to $109,800. And then administration goes up. The sidewalk program is in the North Central Avenue area of the CRA, and it will include engineering, design, and construction of a new sidewalk, replacement and new sidewalk. This will remove slum and blight, but it's also a benefit to low to moderate income because of the census data. Home repairs, all homes have to be, all home assistance goes to low and moderate income households. So every single household will be LMI, and we will be focused on code and safety and health, as opposed to what I call gingerbread. An ADA ramp, for example, or our leaky roof, these kind of things. And with that, I'm here for questions from the public and from the council.
Does anyone from the public would like to come up and address this? Ma'am?
I'd just like to say I'm really happy to see this program become available. I know from my own experience that there are a goodly number of homes built, particularly in the Schumann area, built in the 1970s and 80s, where they had electrical wiring and Union Pacific electric boxes. Those are safety hazards, and many of the folks, it's a rather expensive retrofit for folks, and I think that it's helpful if they know what kinds of things they need, because a lot of people don't even know that they are living with a hazard. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Okay, anyone from the council have any questions?
Yep. On the cost for administration fees, $38,000, can you elaborate on that, please?
HUD programs are very involved. There's a lot of reporting. There's a lot of requirements for each step through the process. So in administration, you have to make sure that, for example, bids are compliant with 2 CFR 200, for example. You can't use your local preference, for example. So in administration, you're supposed to monitor all of those aspects of the program from beginning to end. There's an environmental HUD paperwork, environmental review required for each and every program, which takes months of administrative time. So all that administrative money is so you can comply with all the HUD requirements.
That administration fee goes to Guardian, is that correct? Who does that go to?
It goes to us, that we're for the work that we do.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, is that based on a percentage?
That is an allowable.
Allowable.
That's an allowable
Under the
allowance.
program. Okay. Mr. Mayor, I see we got sidewalks, 50,000 in there for that. Is that appropriate?
Ms. Frazier?
Yes, sir. Last year, we updated our 5-year consolidated plan. We are an entitlement city. Let me start there, sir. We are an entitlement city, so HUD gives the city a certain amount of dollars every year. When I came on board, it had laid fallow for several years because we didn't have an updated 5-year consolidated plan. So we got that going, and in that 5-year consolidated plan, the city council at the time determined that they wanted to include things like public facility infrastructure improvements, of course, the housing program, safety aspects, in parks. So that's in our 5-year consolidated plan, which you can find online. In addition, every year we need to have an annual action plan. What are you going to use the money for this year? And the city council determined that the public facilities that they felt were in the most need was the North Central Sidewalk Program. It's in the CRA. It is crumbling. It really is in need of replacement. It's part of a pedestrian loop even, so it's looked at as a very good beneficial project. And so, as Mr. Alde stated, there's a lot of notifications that have to go out, and a lot of it takes a long time to spend HUD dollars. So that's where we are today. Mm-hmm. Does that assist you?
Well, yeah, that answers some of my questions. I'm just concerned that we have a CRA budget, and sidewalks that are within the CRA, I would think would come out of the CRA budget instead of block grants, which should be used for housing or veterans. So as to why these funds were allocated for sidewalks baffles me a little, Mr. Mayor. I just thought,
May I answer some of that? Because that's a valid concern, Councilman Damien. So what comes out of it is that a CRA is established within a slum and blight area, right? And so in accordance with CDBG and HUD, and please, Corbett, if I overstep myself, please stand up and stop me. However, it is in a slum and blight area, so it is considered an eligible area. There are other significant areas within the city that do meet the LMI and the LMI and the, help me, there's another acronym I can't find right now, but for the low income and the moderate income individuals. And again, it was presented to the council, and they felt that this would have a far-reaching effect for everyone in the city.
So where do you see the $74,000 being applied to?
The housing program, sir. We're just going to roll it into the housing so that we can assist more seniors, veterans, and disabled.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good place to put it. I think what we should do, maybe reconsider taking that $50,000 and reassigning it and getting it out of the sidewalks and putting that towards our veterans and for housing that people need in this community. I think that we have discretionary sales tax. We got CRA money. There's other funds that we can be pulling for our CRA sidewalks. And Mr. Mayor, later on, I'll discuss with you, I'm a little protrude about how our sidewalks are constantly being driven on by contractors, and we're constantly repairing them. But that's for another time and thought. But that's just my thought on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else, Council?
I have one question, Ms. Frazier. Who oversees the work?
I'm sorry, sir?
Who oversees the work on the grant program? The actual physical work that's being done when you allocate the grant money to individuals?
For the housing,
right,
sir?
Who oversees that work?
It'll be, Corbett, you may explain it better, but he has his team and his staff that would be overseeing a lot of it, but the building department is pulled in, of course, to make sure that they're meeting all of the building codes. Is that what you're asking, sir?
It has to be done by a contractor, and the contractor has to permit it just like any other project that has to take place.
I understand, but it's federal funds, correct?
Yes, and that's what these guys are going to be doing, is managing the federal funds.
So they'll be overseeing?
Yes.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
So we have two eyes on this?
Yes.
One for the federal funds and one for the city?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so the intake on these applications, where did the intake of the application come in? I mean, just...
There's going to be a workshop tomorrow evening and tomorrow afternoon, one for the contractors and one for the low-income housing owners who wish to talk about this program. So,
but maybe she can answer that for me. The intake for the applications, where does that start?
Well, right, as the mayor rightfully, I was going to make an announcement.
So you don't know yet?
No, we do know.
Okay.
There will be an orientation tomorrow from 3 to 4 for any contractors who may be interested in applying to be qualified. We have to go out for RFP for that, but RFQ, I apologize, for qualified contractors. But tomorrow there will be an orientation to let them know how to fill out their application and how to qualify to be on the list for the RFQ. Okay, that's 3 to 4. Homeowners who may need assistance with the applications or need some of their questions answered, it's from 5 to 6:30 tomorrow evening. I have a few applications in the back. They're available on the website. When we put out another advertisement, correct, for the homeowners, it's all about advertisement and transparency with HUD, as I'm sure we can all appreciate. Once that is advertised or notified, then the applications come in, and then again, Guardian goes to work, and they make sure all the applications are in line, the people are qualified, and then we move forward from there.
Will your department be taking in the applications and tracking them?
Yes, sir.
That's what I was looking to get to.
Okay.
You answered my question.
Mayor Dodd, I'd make a move approval of the CDBG amended annual plan, action plan for fiscal year 2019 and 2020 through the adoption of resolution number R-20-16. That's not correct, is it?
Yes, it is. That's what's in
the
here.
amended resolution. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
You got it? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, please.
Oh, I didn't realize you were here, Councilwoman Parrish.
Yes, and I apologize for being late. I had some outpatient surgery yesterday, so I do apologize for being late. I am late. First, I'd like to thank Rebecca for this lovely orange scarf from the Treasure Coast Food Bank. And I don't know if I should address this question to Mr. Alvey or Lisa, but does these funds, are they incorporated in with the SHIP program? The HUD funds?
Nope.
The answer is no, but I will let Corbett maybe explain that a little further for you.
No, the SHIP program is a state-funded program, a state-administered housing program, and the county receives those funds and allocates those funds separately from CDBG.
Thank you, sir.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any conversation or discussion on the motion? No? Let's have a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Motti?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilliams?
Yes.
Councilmember Hill?
Yes.
Councilmember Paris?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, now, on the agenda, I actually have an announcement. Do you want to, I know you've just done that, but would you like to reread that and make sure we get it out?
If you would like me to,
I would,
sir,
yes.
I'd be happy to. It's just the announcement that the City of Sebastian has CDBG funding available from HUD for the purpose of housing rehabilitation for very low and low to moderate income individuals and families that are found to be income eligible and reside in owner-occupied residences within the legal limits of the City of Sebastian. The city is soliciting applications from eligible homeowners and licensed contractors interested in bidding for providing these services. Applications for both may be found on the website. An orientation has been scheduled for Thursday, August 27th in the City Council chambers. Contractor orientation will be held from 3 to 4, and homeowner applicants orientation will be held between 5 and 6:30. This is tomorrow evening here in the City Council chambers. Please contact the Community Development Department if you have any further questions. In addition, we are working closely with the Senior Resources Center and the Veterans Council to assist in identifying potential applicants, as well as helping those applicants with the application process. So I thank you all very much for your time this evening, and I hope that we have a successful program.
Thank you, guys. Thank both of you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, consent agenda. Does anyone have any items they'd like to pull?
No, sir. Move approval of consent agenda items A through G.
Mr. Mayor, if you can read the consent agenda to the public so that they're aware of what we're approving.
Well, it's in the minutes, and I don't think I need to do that.
I'll be happy to do it.
That's a motion, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll second that
Thank you.
motion. I'll second that motion. Any discussion? No.
No, sir.
Have a roll call, please, on the consent agenda.
Councilmember Gilliams?
No.
Councilmember Hill?
Yes.
Councilmember Paris?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Motti?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank
Motion
you.
carries. All right. Councilmember Gilliams, committee reports and appointments are next, and you asked to provide an update on the Affordable Housing Committee.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today at the county, the Affordable Housing Committee had their meeting, and there was a few things that were discussed. The first thing that there are additional CARES funding, first round for people who need assistance in paying their rent, up to $1,500 and up to 3 months, as well as people who have problems with paying their mortgage, up to 3 months, up to $1,500. So it's a total of $4,500. The Indian River County, if you check their website, first come, first serve. The United Way as well is also providing funds to people who are affected by the COVID-19 virus. Also, that was discussed under the meeting today, was the Florida Housing and Finance Corp. And you can go to the county website. They also have funding available as well. So I just want to get that information out to the public, that there are funding sources, not just here at the city of Sebastian, but as well as at the county. There are some other projects that are taking place that don't affect us in the North County that are taking place in the mid part of the county as far as affordable housing. The county had purchased a piece of property that was dilapidated, and they're putting up 55 single-family homes for low-income and medium-income individuals. So if you're looking for housing, you might want to check with the county. It's very affordable. You do have to qualify. And that's basically it on that. I was also responsible this month for county commission meetings, Mr. Mayor. And there is also a revolving loan fund grant application to the Economic Development Administration from the Treasure Coast for those businesses in the community that are looking to get help with, not only here from the city, but from the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council as well. They also, okay, I mentioned the Housing Finance Corporation, right? That's pretty much it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Do they have to go to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council's website to get information on that program?
I would check there as well as the county's economic development.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Natural Resources Board. We have 4 openings on the Natural Resources Board.
I'd go ahead and make a motion that we fill those 4 unexpired terms ending July 1st, 2023 with Nicole Moschbleck, Charles Stedelman, Thomas Carano, and Marcus Bradley.
Okay, would you indicate that Marcus Bradley would fill the alternate member position?
Yes.
Okay. So a motion by Councilmember Hill. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilmember Harris. That we fill the 3 regular member positions expiring on July 1st, 2023 with Nicole Mosenbeck, Charles Stellman, and Thomas Carrero. And then Marcus Bradley would fill the alternate position on the same day. That doesn't require a voice vote. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Right.
Aye.
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 All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, guys. Unfinished business. We're now on to item 11, which is the presentation of the budget and capital program.
Yeah, Mr. Kilgore has a brief presentation.
He's just walking in.
And to go over what we've done and some of the challenges we faced in trying to balance this budget. And as you know, our first budget hearing is September 14th.
I thought we're going to have the special meeting on the 14th?
We have to, because that's what was announced in the trim notice.
I shake my head in disbelief.
All right, so Mr. Kilgore?
Okay, I think I'm together now. Excuse me for being a little bit shook up, but we did have a PowerPoint presentation. Do I have to aim it to that one?
There you go.
Okay, this is the same slides basically I started with that I presented back when the night you considered the proposed millage. I've modified some of the things that are a little bit different than then, just to give you an update. But I had gone through the changes to the general fund budget and the general fund revenues at that meeting, which I'll cover that again, as well as get more involved in more discussion of the enterprise funds. So the budget includes basically no changes in personnel. There's some adjustment to the part-time and leisure services, but there's no additional positions or deletions in the general fund of full-time positions. Personnel cost compared to the current year budget is actually projected to go down by $11,000. And on the next slide, I'll explain more what that consists of. Our operating expenses, we are going into the budget year with $161,000 less budgeted for the operating accounts, $125,000 less in capital spending, and there was a transfer last year out to another fund for $4,691 that won't be made this year. There's no transfers to other funds in the current year budget. These are the revenue assumptions that I explained to you back when you set the proposed millage. Franchise fees and utility taxes look pretty much where they are, they came in last year. So this year over last year shouldn't be a lot of change, even with the pandemic. But we are assuming that next year's collections will grow by 4.5%, which is hopefully not too optimistic, but just to be aware that those are optimistic projections that we're making because we don't know what's going to occur that might affect those sources. The state revenue sharing, we saw quite a bit of improvement from when we reported a 35% reduction. I wouldn't say that we're flush, and we are a little bit uncertain because the state actually reduced our allocation. Those are usually set for a 12-month period. And this year, for the months of May and June, they actually reduced the amount that they sent to us significantly. They went from like $60,000 down to $20,000 because they were concerned that what monies were going into the state trust fund that they allocate back to us wouldn't be sufficient and they'd run into trouble. But it looks like their projections for next year, they just came out last week. They are pretty optimistic, I think. But they are presenting more funds expected to be allocated to us than we have currently in the budget. But I wouldn't take it to the bank. I would be real cautious that we don't over-anticipate that everything's going to turn up roses over the next year. We are working with the county on the COVID-19 reimbursements for some of our direct costs, as well as the grant program to the small businesses. We've assumed in the budget that we would recover $50,000. I think at this point, we would recover those expenses that we are incurring as much as $60,000 or so. It may be a little bit light there by a few $1,000s. Thing to keep in mind as we're doing the general fund budget is property taxes make up 33% of our revenues. Franchise fees are 11%, utility taxes 18%, and state revenues are 18%. So when those major categories fall under suspicion, that's when, as CFO, I get concerned that we might not reach those projections. So we'll be continuing to watch the state revenues. We get some checks in this week. Normally this is the time of the month that they come in. So we'll see what kind of adjustments at all that the state may make, or even, I mean, in the last 30 days, they had projections, preliminary projections a month ago, and now they've increased those by about 15% on the current month. So I think it's a situation where nobody knows and anything can happen. So just a word of caution. Switching over to the enterprise funds, the golf course budget is balanced. We are assuming more revenue coming in next year, which is always optimistic because of impacts because of the weather. They are meeting their obligations. They're collecting the restaurant lease revenue. They're paying the airport for the property. They're paying off the amortized payouts for the building fund loan that they made back when we did all the renovations. And they're also paying back $35,000 towards the loans the general fund also made during those renovations. Looking out long term, if their revenues look good or continue good, I see hope that there's a reduction in the amount of deficit that they carry on the books. That's not a cash flow issue, but it is an accounting, by definition, they do have a deficit. The airport fund is getting additional revenue from the property rentals. They're covering all their personnel and operating costs. They're also paying off a $150,000 loan that's been on the books for several years. It was a matching funds for some of the grants that they receive for improvements at the airport. So that'll be clear off the books, and it will help us fund next year. They had also borrowed money from discretionary sales tax to match grant programs, and that's amortized on a regular payout schedule, so they are meeting that obligation. And then in the coming year, they've got additional DST funds that will be used for matching grants for a taxi lane and to establish sewer services on the west side of the airport. The building fund, we're not being too optimistic on the revenue projections for next year, just a conservative approach, but they are fully able to fund the addition of an administrative assistant and to cover all their other personnel and operating costs. They also, as a result of the pandemic, are making some, or scheduling some improvements made to the front counter there to be more serviceable. They will get paid back a portion of the funds that they loan to the golf course. There again, it's on a principal and interest amortization schedule. When we talk about special revenue funds, these are the ones that drive primarily our capital projects for the city. They are restricted on their uses, so it's not like you can just say, let's fund something out of the gas tax money or DST monies. It has to meet the criteria for that source. With gas taxes, they are a little bit less restrictive there. You can use it for anything associated with road improvements or maintenance. So we have some latitude there. We've got some road resurfacing, sidewalk allocation for roadway signs, and some equipment needs. And they still have a past bond issue a year that was issued. I believe it was back in 2002. It will mature in 2022. So we've only got a couple more payments or annual payments to make on those notes. With discretionary sales taxes, in looking at the estimates and my best guess as far as what to project for revenues, they are a little bit down from last year, but I think it'll be sufficient to cover all the projects that we have budgeted. Of course, the problem can be addressed by, in some cases, by deferring some of the projects or letting them extend out a little bit longer to wait for additional funds to be recovered. The Riverfront CRA Fund, we had a 4% increase in the taxable values in that area over the previous year, so that's a positive thing. I mean, that is the intent of the CRA. They are doing some of the things we typically do. They're funding some of our special events at Riverview Park and grants for sign improvements. We've got sewer connection grant funds allocated. We don't have any program to come in next year, but we probably will extend what we've got allocated for this year and get approval to continue that program. We take a portion of the CRA manager, our community development director, and allocate that back to the CRA, as well as the landscaping for the CRA area. Half of that landscaping contract is being funded out of the CRA funds. Recreation impact fees used to be a problem about spending them. We are required to spend them within 7 years of the time they're paid. We used to worry about that and try to move up projects or whatever to comply with that. It's not been a problem over the last couple of years. We've had a number of improvements made to the parks. Once again, this would be if the funding fell short for whatever reasons, we could perhaps defer some of the projects. The Stormwater Utility Fund, the fees are sufficient to cover the personnel and operating costs, make some equipment replacements. We've got monies allocated for roadway swell and culverts, primarily associated with the road work that we have scheduled for next year. They will pick up the other half of the landscaping contract. And they've got $200,000 allocated to be used to match a grant to develop the updated stormwater master plan. A couple of minor funds. There's about $32,000 in the law enforcement forfeiture fund at this time. each of those items needs specific approval by the council, so we don't allocate any funds in the budget towards anything specifically. And as it comes up during the year that they've got something that was not otherwise budgeted, they can get the necessary approvals to acquire that equipment. Parking in lieu of fund, we have one agreement with Crabstop that where they're paying monthly payments to us, and we'll enjoy that through most of next year. Cemetery Trust Fund, half of the sales have to be spent on expansions or cost incidental to adding future sites at the cemetery. So that portion is set aside basically. We are using half of the sales to help cover the operating and maintenance costs at the cemetery. And since that is paid for with personnel and equipment and supplies purchased within the general fund, we are transferring $85,000 from the Cemetery Trust Fund from that portion to general fund. One fund I want to mention is the other long-term debt obligation we have to outside parties, and that's the stormwater utility debt. Those would be maturing also in May of 2022, so that won't be with us for very much longer. Just want to mention our capital improvement program. All the capital projects we account for in our capital improvement accounts, so the monies are actually transferred into those accounts so that we can track each project. We are increasing from a $23 million capital improvement program over the 5 years that we projected this last year to $27.6 million, which is, these are projects that would add jobs and bring activity to the city. So I think that's a very positive thing that we're increasing the amount we're spending there. Back to the general fund and the taxable values, the rollback millage would be 2.8091. We didn't use the rollback millage, though. We constructed the budget that's drafted at this point at the 2.9399 millage, which is the same millage rate as this year. But that would represent a 4.66% increase in the tax levy. Taxable property values increased $99 million, or 7.18% above this year's. Most of that was the reassessments done by the property appraiser. That was 4.74% of that, where additions to the tax roll of $33 million, which was a good year, amounts to 2.44% of the increase. So if we had used the 3.1514 millage rate, which we did adopt as a proposed millage rate, but if we added that or adjusted the millage to the 3.1514, that would add $300,000 more revenue than we currently have in the draft budget. As I mentioned, the taxable values was a good year, and it was $33 million, and I've showing you the history here of the past 7 years. But you have to realize, even though it sounds like a huge increase going from the $23 million in 2019 to $33 million, when you price that out with the millage rate that we levy, then that only gives us $95,000 of additional revenues. So even though it may be described as a 4% increase, well, in that case, it'd be a 12. No, I'm sorry, that would be based on the 2.9% 399 millage, so that would, that only gave us $95,000 to utilize in the draft budget as we presented it. This chart may be a little complicated, but I will try to summarize the the middle area there where I'm showing assessed values starting with $250,000. I'm showing in the first columns there a homestead property that last year with the $250,000 assessment minus the $50,000 homestead exemption, they would be paying they would have paid $588 last year. The column next to it, their value could increase as much as up to $252,581, and that's because the state puts a cap on the amount of increase in taxable value. I'm sorry, the assessed value of 0.0322, that's based on the per capita income statewide. So back to the middle area there, if you did go with the proposed millage rate of 3.1514, that homesteaded property then would pay $638 for the year. $50 increase, the amount shown in red there, and that is a change of 8.5%. So an 8.5% increase in their tax bill, even though it's only $50 and doesn't sound that excessive. But with other properties, if you go to further to the right, a $250,000 commercial property, for instance, would not have the exemption so they would still pay taxes based on the $250,000. Their bill last year would have been $735. The tax assessor can increase them to a maximum of 10% in assessed value. So their $250,000 property could possibly be assessed at $275. And if you price that out as a 3.15 mils, their tax this year then would be $867. Still, in terms of dollars, that would be $132 for the year increase in their tax bill, which is an 18% change. If we go with the 2.9399 millage this year, you would still have the impact of any changes by the assessor. So that's why I came back with the green print, because if even though you're levying the 2.9399 this year, no increase in the millage rate, but that increase in assessed value would mean a homesteaded property would pay $8 more, and a commercial or non-homesteaded property would pay could possibly pay $73 more. I just wanted to lay that out to let you kind of see the dollar impact on the individual property taxpayer. As I'd shown before, that it's also rather complex, but if you look down at the bottom, where I show the green arrows, you can plainly see that the final millage is, over the last 4 years, has been less than the proposed rate. 4 years before that, it was the same as the proposed rate, and 4 years before that, it was again less than the proposed. So generally, we go with the proposed, or something less than the proposed millage rate. At the top in the pink, I'm showing that the last 3 years, the final millage rate was the same as the rollback rate. I'm sorry, the last 2 years, it was the same as the rollback rate. The year before that, it was actually less than the rollback rate. The 3 years prior to those years, the final actually had to go above the rollback rate. And all of this is subject, based between the needs of the city budget-wise and what the actions of the property appraiser and how much additions to the tax roll that we get in a year. As a CFO, I'm, speaking from that point of view, we've got the labor agreement negotiations still pending. We are in hurricane season. We've got issues with possible legal settlements to be paid. But the real question mark is the effect on virus, the effect the virus will have on revenues for next year. We are assuming, by October, things would be better. And we, like I had mentioned, like a 4.5% increase in electric utility fees and franchise fees and state revenue sharing looks better, but we just don't know. So there's a lot of uncertainty, and that makes the CFO very, very nervous because obviously we have reserves, but if you continue to use the reserves for basically differences in your expected expenditures in the budget, you soon have financial problems. Just some numbers that you'd have at your disposal if you want to do your own calculation. I'm showing what the rollback rate would be in terms of dollars that would have to be cut out of the budget if we went to the rollback at this point. Keep in mind that the current budget has no pay increases. So you would probably most likely be looking at a reduction of services unless you went to the reserves, which would not be my recommendation. With levying the same 2.9399, it's a 4.7% tax increase. It is balanced without using reserves, but once again, there's no provision for any kind of pay adjustments. The 3.1514, excuse me, which was our proposed millage, would be a 12.2% increase, but that would give $300,000 for any contingencies, or if we're short on our revenue projections, or things we need to adjust for. But it would give us room for labor negotiations or pay increases and give some cushion for legal fees and any settlements. The amounts of money we're talking about with various across-the-board pay increases at 2%, $145,000 would have to be added to basically our current draft budget. At 2.5% would be $183,000. 3% would be $215,000. So we are still subject to negotiation of those contracts. So I just wanted you to be aware. Just reemphasizing that my concerns as far as projected revenues being optimistic, having room for labor negotiations, allowance for legal actions. If we have to modify the budget, we probably are looking at reduction of services. Specifically, I would say our training and travel accounts, our supply accounts, we'd be looking at cutting back in those areas, probably affecting employee productivity as well as services to the public. Our reserves are close to the $5 million level, and I'll be presenting the quarterly report for the third quarter ending June later tonight, and I'll explain more about the reserve levels, but I am not projecting that even by the end of this year we'll have the $5 million because of revenue reductions that we've had thus far in this fiscal year. So as we end at that $5 million, it's not quite the same as dealing with a hurricane and then just waiting FEMA out and the state out to get reimbursements. We know it will be coming back, so it's not that it's concerning. But using reserves for recurring kind of cost and paying for normal city operations is really a no-no in the finance officer's handbook. To sum it up, you did set the proposed millage at 3.1514. It was advertised on the trim notices as a 12.19% increase. We said we wanted to allow for the uncertainties. The uncertainties really haven't gone away since we set the proposed millage at 3.15. We are balanced with a budget at 2.9399. Limit your options as far as labor negotiations, and if anything further any bad things happen further on the revenue projections, then we might want to still consider the 3.1514. So tonight you don't need to make any particular motions or votes on the draft budget. The first hearing will be, and was advertised on the trim notice, as being September 14th. We do have to decide at that point on having a special meeting to have the second public hearing. Originally, we were scheduled for September 23rd, but due to the county changing their dates on us, that we had to, subservient to their meeting date, so we will have to decide when we want the special meeting for the final budget hearing.
And we can't do that on the 23rd. I thought the 14th was our problem day.
No, the 14th is set. I mean, when we approved the DR 420 and the proposed millage, we also had to give them a date and time of the first hearing.
Yes.
So the second hearing, though, is just based on our calendar and adjusting our calendar, so it doesn't require, according to the state rules, to be on the 23rd. It can be a special meeting as long as it's between within 15 days of the advertising.
Yes. Okay, but why can't it be on our regular meeting on the 23rd?
Because the county has taken that date.
Yeah, Mayor Dodd, if I could, state statute doesn't allow for
two at one time.
A municipality to be on the same date as a school board or the county.
Yes,
so
I understand that, but is that a normal day for the county to meet?
No, I expected them to have it actually tonight.
So they chose to have their meeting on our normal meeting night, making us have to have a special meeting.
That's our county.
Okay, but as we discuss this, let's talk about actually changing that normal meeting date for the second meeting in September. And because there's no reason for us to have a special meeting for the budget and then have another meeting on the 23rd. If we can drop a week earlier and do it all, let's just talk about that. Okay, all right, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's ludicrous. Okay, you got more?
I was just going to add, the way the state has us, they count down from the date we got the preliminary, the estimated values back on July 1, and there's like 80 days to have that first hearing. There's a certain number of days when you have to have the second hearing, and it all has to be done and presented to the property appraiser so they can finalize the roll and give it to the tax collector. And I believe the date this year is October 3rd.
Right, and we shouldn't have any problem meeting that, but I mean, we stuck ourselves with a September 14th meeting by advertising that on the trim notice, which is a special meeting day. So we should probably be a little bit smarter about not sticking ourselves with another special meeting later in September if we have some control over that now, I think. Okay. You got more, if you want?
No, it's subject to those questions.
I know that's been a I'm not going to say confusing, because it wasn't confusing. It was just long and a lot of detail, which is what happens when you do this stuff. But does anybody from the public wish to address anything that was brought up during this budget presentation?
Hi, Andrea Ring. I used to be on the Budget Committee. Thank you. You have the hurricane funds to refund. So the $5 million we should not touch in that. But I also think you need to make it as low for the taxpayer as possible. There are too many people in the industry, the hotels and the restaurants are not making money. The people are not employed. And so we need to make this as low as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to address this?
No one has raised their hand at this time.
Okay, council, it's now open for discussion from the council. There's not a need for a vote tonight on any of this. We don't do that till the 14th. We don't discuss it until then. But if anyone on the council, Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Dodd. I know I'll tell you something, Ken. Impressive as always. I actually stayed awake at this one because it's so important. Typically, you bore me a lot, but, it's not that difficult to understand and to follow along. And, this would be my 16th budget that I'll be approving. And those who have actually seen me or watched me know that I'm going to do everything I can to get the millage rate down to as low as I possibly can. I fought, and I voted no more than I voted yes on budgets, but I can tell you something that I have never, in all 16 of those budget years, had so many things hanging out there where we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen with our canals because of what we did last November. We have no idea how much it's going to cost us to get those canals back in shape or our parks back in shape. We don't know what the litigation is going to cost us. We have no clue. We don't know what the lawsuits that are coming from outside people are going to cost us, let alone those sitting up here. So there are so many factors that we have no idea about. We have to be incredibly safe. And when we're talking about balancing a budget, not factoring in, the potential increase in dealing with some of those issues I just said, and not having any increases in pay or benefits for our employees or going through any of the negotiation process with anyone, that's pretty tight. And so it concerns me greatly. I appreciate everything you've done. I can assure the people of this community that I'm looking to keep the taxes as low as we possibly can, but I can also tell you that this is an extraordinary time with the COVID issue and with the insanity that we've had to deal with over the last several months, and I can assure you that I will do my best to keep your taxes low, but also make sure that we take care of this great city.
Okay, Vice Mayor Maltby, you got anything to say?
No, I have no comments. I think you did a wonderful job, Ken. Thank you.
Councilmember Paris, you're on Zoom. Have you got anything you'd like to say?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Gilliams.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions for Ken. This is kind of my first budget, and trying to learn as I go along. So please have some patience with me, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. If you want to go back to page 7, Enterprise Fund, golf course, just so I understand, you have paying $38,000 principal and interest on $700,000 for the building fund loan. Just what loan was that, the building fund loan? Was that the restaurant?
Well, it was kicked off with the improvements to the restaurant because, we had lost the tenant and we were trying to replace the tenant and try to, I'm sorry, at that point we didn't have, well.
But basically we plowed $700,000.
We had a new tenant and we made quite a bit of improvements to the restaurant. That led to other improvements to the greens, to the fairways and irrigation system for the golf course.
That was part of that $1 million?
All that money added up to the $700,000 coming from the building fund, plus monies from the general fund to afford it all.
Okay, because I just wanted to make sure that $700,000 plowed into that one building alone where the restaurant is has me a little concerned, and I was just wondering if but you're saying there was other stuff done?
There was.
Okay, all right, that answered that question. On the next page, DST funds for matching requirements, grants for the established sewer service. Okay, I think we spoke about that last time. I think I got a handle on that. On the next one, for the enterprise fund for the building department, is adding administrative assistant. Is that full-time or part-time?
That would be full-time.
That'll be full-time. Okay.
Once again, that's the building fund, though, which is a
Right,
separate
yeah.
accounting, as you
Sure.
know.
I see expected 38,000 and change for principal and interest on the golf course loan. What golf course loan is that? What are we paying interest on?
That's the, that's basically the 700,000.
Oh, okay. That's what that is? Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. On the next page, local option gas tax. 176,000 allocated for equipment. Help me out with that. What equipment are we allocating that for?
I'm sorry, the golf?
176,000 on page 10, allocated for equipment. For special, it's coming out from the local option gas tax money.
Yeah,
The majority of that's the police cars, correct?
No, the local option gas tax would have been like road work type equipment.
Okay, so I see allocated 400,000 allocated for roads resurfacing, right? Okay, and then $100,000 allocated for sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then 81,000 allocated for roadway signs, and then the next one, 176,000 allocated for equipment. So, which equipment is that for? Golf course equipment? Is that for stormwater
No, it's for the streets department to.
Streets department.
Yes.
What kind of equipment for the streets department we need 176,000 for?
We had. Well, there's 130,000 for one piece. I'll get detail here in a moment.
There's $130,000 for roads division heavy equipment, $48,000 for roads division lighter equipment, just equipment. Is that the 100, you're talking about 176?
Right, the 130,000.
130 and 48, which is, 178.4, so part of that may not fall in there.
130 of
I'm looking at the detailed capital improvement budget. I actually downloaded it so I could see the actual projects because we didn't get a copy of it.
Yeah, the
So,
130 was for a wheel loader.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, for what?
A wheel
front-end loader.
Front-end loader, okay. Uh-huh.
And
100,000 was the sidewalk replacement, street repaving, and then school zone lights were 46,510 to upgrade the school lights to remote sensing and remote, with the school changing times, we're upgrading all of the school zone signs to remote access.
Okay. Okay. On the next one, 243,000 for payment on notes, and you said that note's going to mature in 2022. Which note is that? Do you know off the top of your head?
it started out as a bond issue back in 2002, and it was basically used for resurfacing roads.
Okay.
We finally got into a mode of paying as we go rather than financing that because.
Gotcha. Okay. That's good. I'm happy to hear that we're paying that down because we're going to need more money because our roads are really dilapidated. I was over in the Schumann Drive area, and they're really a mess. So I'm happy to hear that.
Yes, sir.
On the next page, discretionary sales tax, allocations to MIS and police vehicles. And then, again, I don't have the detail. I thought maybe you put this in here, you would know how many police vehicles, just out of curiosity.
I believe it was 10 vehicles that would be replaced.
10 vehicles, okay. All right, and I see 500,000 for road construction work. That's a concern. I think that we need to try to figure out how to get more money for road construction.
Well, I was going to kind of sum that up because in local option gas tax, we've got $400,000, and in DST funds, we have $500,000.
Gotcha. Okay.
So there's almost.
Let me explain the difference in that, if I may, Counselor. Is the 500,000 is new construction, so when we reconstruct a road versus just the maintenance of the road, DST can be used for those roads that have gone beyond the repair or resurfacing. We're going to completely reconstruct them. So that's why it's two different funds, if that makes sense.
Sure, sure. You're including the base, was what you're talking about.
We'll do base work or full depth reclamation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Slip lining, help me out with that. What's slip lining?
A pipe.
So when we have these large pipes and these cross drains under our roadways,
gotcha. Now I know
rather than dig up the entire roadway, we can run a pipe inside a pipe and then grout it.
Okay.
It's a lot less money. It's a lot less intrusive on the residents.
Okay. Economic development hangar, is that at the airport, right?
Yeah, that would be basically hangar D.
Right, hangar D. Thank you. Was there any amount allocated for hangar D, or a rough budget? I don't have that in my presentation here.
The matching funds, assuming we get FDOT and FDOT funding, the matching funds are out of DST funds.
Gotcha. Okay, but you don't have an idea on that hangar D? You don't have an idea on the money set aside?
We don't have if I may, we don't have the guaranteed maximum price yet, but remember this is a matching grant where I think our cost is 5%. And I think, Scott, if it was 1.3 million, 2.2.
Okay, so the total is 2.2, and the match that we're providing is roughly?
The match is 20% from the city.
Gotcha. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, Scott. I'm glad you guys are doing a great job in getting that FDOT money, that grant money. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, on that. That's important to get that into our coffers. I'm almost done here. Now, under Riverfront CRA Fund, I see you have repairs at the working waterfront. Tell me how much we're talking about in the working waterfront. Is there a specific project for that? Is that the old hotel? Is that the working waterfront where we lease the restaurant and the docks?
So we have right at $500,000 allocated for the parking lot, the seawall restoration, and improvements to that project. And then there's allocations to maintain Krabby Bill's, which is expensive.
That's what I was getting to. So it's $500,000 to the working waterfront for the
and we have a grant
and the parking lot.
And we have a grant that covers the majority of 40% of that grant, I think is what it is. We
get 40%.
$270,000, I believe, is what we got from Florida Inland Navigation District.
Fine. Okay.
For that project, and then the rest of it is our funding from the CRA.
Okay, and you said that the building down there is going to require some major repairs? Because I know we put a lot of money into that building.
It is a building that requires a lot of maintenance costs, and eventually that roof is going to have to be replaced. They just went in and put a foam roof over that, and we're patching it and maintaining it as best we can, but it is not going to be sustainable.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So just out of curiosity, and you may not have this number off the top of your head, but this community has how much money invested down there at the working waterfront? With the docks, right? And the restaurant, with the purchase of the property and all the improvements? Because I got a number in my head, and I just trying to figure out if we're close.
We'd have to get back with you. There's a lot of grants that funded a lot of that. That's not a number I think we can come up with. Is
there a way that you can get that number? Because I think I'd like to know, I don't know about the other council members, but I'd like to know how much money is going into that project and how much money is grant money. It seems like it's a never-ending project that continues to get more and more money. I want to say it's probably in excess of $6 million from day one, and I don't think I'm too far off. But yeah, if you can help us get those numbers, I'm sure you can punch that into your computer. It's coded out, right, for the working waterfront?
We'll manage.
Okay.
We don't want to speculate. We'd rather give you accurate information.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's on that page. Now, I see that the special reserve revenue funds, playground improvements. Do we have money set aside for handicap playgrounds? Because I know we used to have one and we gave it away, the equipment.
I believe,
or is that coming out of Parks and Recreation?
Yes, and I believe their intention is they upgrade each park. They're going to incorporate features at each park as they go.
Gotcha. Okay. So they do have money set aside for handicap, correct?
Yes, every park, as we replace equipment, will have ADA accessible. Rather than spend $120,000 on one individual park, we felt it was best, in the Park Advisory Board felt it was best to put ADA accessible units throughout the city versus just one location. So those funds were reallocated to do that.
Thank you,
they've been
Mr.
working
City
on that.
Manager. That's important to me. I know that we don't have any handicap parks as we speak today, correct?
We do have handicap, except not every piece is handicap
Right.
accessible, but there are handicap accessible, ADA accessible
ADA accessible,
components in
okay, but
in
not
the park.
equipment per se, handicap, playground equipment.
That's what I'm talking about. As they replace equipment and they add equipment, they add ADA equipment to the
Gotcha.
to the plate apparatus.
Thank you, thank you. On the stormwater utility fund, on the next page, I see includes equipment replacements. When you say equipment, are we having problems with the pumps out there at the stormwater park, or?
No, those pumps are fairly new. These are excavators, and we're looking at getting mulching heads so that we can do some of this manual removal of this vegetation ourselves.
Excavators, okay.
Backhoes.
Roughly, approximately, what are we looking at in the budget? Just ballpark.
I don't have the exact number. It's
Doesn't have to be exact. Is it just one-
$165,000 for heavy
excavator,
equipment,
and there's
$77,000 for stormwater equipment.
There's 48,000, I think, for the mulching heads, 100 and some thousand for the backhoe.
Okay, okay. And, you know, after this heavy rain we just got, I'm happy to see that 100,000 allocated for roadway, swales, and culverts work. Is that going to be enough?
So that's done in conjunction with our road repaving project. So the council had directed staff, as we do these paving projects, to also do the culvert driveway upgrades only in conjunction with a paving project. As you know, if you don't do those projects in conjunction with the road, then you don't really extend the full life of that roadway if you don't improve the drainage. So that 100,000 replaces the culverts, the cross drains, and the driveway culverts in an area in conjunction with a paving project, not just throughout the city. So all that goes to help make sure those
With the
projects.
paving? Gotcha. I thought 100,000 won't go very far, you know, so, and we had some heavy flooding, I don't know, this past week.
Yeah, 6 inches of rain in 2 hours.
It's a lot.
You know, we wouldn't be able, I don't think there's a system around that would take that kind of.
I'm happy to see that you are allocating the additional funding, the 200,000 for the stormwater master plan, because that's long overdue. That's something that should have been done from previous administrations, and I know you're going to get grant money. You said it's going to be in excess of 800,000. Is that correct?
That's what we're applying for, and the 200,000 is a match. And as I mentioned earlier, the master plan needs to be a master plan, not a discussion on stormwater. So we're looking at a more, and Ken's working very hard. Ken Griffin is working very hard on getting all that stuff together. Okay,
Great. Special revenue funds, I think that's pretty much self-explanatory. Cemetery, not going to go there tonight. Stormwater utility debt, $782,000 outstanding. On the stormwater utility, what is that outstanding on, Ken?
Most of that money was allocated for the seawalls and the canals.
Okay.
There were some other projects along with that, but the biggest portion was used for those.
Okay. Okay, that when you say those seawalls, those canals, you're talking about by Wimbrow? Doing that $5 million project there?
Correct.
Going towards Hardy Park? Is that what that's from? Gotcha.
Those
Okay.
we did, yes.
Okay, I see that's maturing in '22. When did we start? Do you remember when we started that program for those canals?
That was long before my tenure.
Yeah,
I don't know when that was done.
Okay,
Yeah,
no problem.
The funds were borrowed, and the project didn't get started because of discussion of different ways to do it forever. I know probably about 12 years it was put together, and the bonds.
That stormwater
The bonds were
master-
out there for like 7 or so years before actually spent.
That stormwater master plan is going to assist us with St. John's Water Management in getting any grants to help us along with these canals, or?
So what it'll assist us with, it'll give us the backup to show what needs to be done and how that it's going to benefit the waterway and the Sebastian River and the Indian River Lagoon, and how we can optimize that. And also there's FEMA funding. This will help us with FEMA funding, with federal funding, St. John's, and other funding availability, because we have done our due diligence and we can show the impacts and the benefits.
Great job. Okay, I think, other considerations, labor agreement negotiations. Now, I understand it's probably under negotiations, but cost of living, what kind of numbers are we talking? Roughly, I mean, without giving our hand away.
I'm not sure there's anything I can say without giving our hand away.
You want to similar to Social Security? The
I
increase to
wouldn't
people?
even answer that question.
You don't want to answer that question?
I wouldn't
I don't
answer
think it would be wise.
You don't have to go there.
We'll be the ones approving it or not approving
Assuming
it.
that we do, okay, let's just leave it at
I mean, I
that.
did give you the chart there showing you various percentage increases and what the dollars would be.
Right.
But it's totally subject to negotiation. So.
Do you have any idea when that's going to come to a...
We finally got a meeting scheduled for next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday? How many meetings have you had already?
None.
None? Okay. So take more than one meeting?
I think strategically there's always a tendency to wait until we kind of commit our hand during the budget.
Yeah, good idea.
If I may, the impetus is on them to open that negotiation, not on the city. It's up to them to request the meeting.
That's, which union, is that the, which unions, is it both unions?
Yes, both of
It's both unions. Gotcha. Okay. And, yeah, I'm just disturbed with the 3.15 and the 12% increase in taxes. That has me concerned during these times. So, and I think I made that evident last go around. So that's why I was hoping that we would at least try to get back to the get down to a budget balance at 2.9 millage rate. I was hoping to hit rollback, but it doesn't look like your report is you're not gonna be able to find enough places to either get revenue or cuts or.
There's nothing I don't think we could look at other than looking at what we're spending the money on and saying that we just have to live without if we can't.
Because if the community, the people in this community are losing their jobs and they can't make their mortgage payments, I think we should be taking a leadership role in this community and start figuring out a way how we can not raise taxes. And I don't think we've seen the worst of this yet. I see that the PPP money has run out, and you're going to see a lot of major corporations laying people off, and there's not going to be a lot of money available for these people to pay their rents and their mortgages. And I think as a community, which we have $5 million in reserves, we should figure out a way to take a leadership role and cut where we can cut to get us through this year, to see where those numbers go, the revenue, because I understand people are not driving around. There's very little gas tax money, sales tax money coming in. I see the franchise fees are all up. But I'd like to show our community that we're willing to sacrifice, because they're going to have to sacrifice as well. So with that being said, the other last thing, Mr. Mayor, I was looking at the planning and zoning minutes, which is part of this packet, and they were a little confused. I don't know if, I don't want to go into details, but I'm just going to point out regarding the public facilities compound, they asked for an explanation as to why there's another $1.2 million for fiscal year 22-23 being asked for. There was $3.3 million already budgeted. They could not get answers, and if planning and zoning is reviewing these type of capital expenses and they're not getting answers, then, Mr. City Manager, I think we should direct some of these questions that they have and send somebody down there to assist them so that they do understand the capital expenditures, because we're talking a lot of money, for that garage down there at the airport. I understand it could be $5 to $8 million, $500,000 for a set of blueprints. But their questions were not answered according to the minutes that I'm reading, and that's a concern of mine, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I think there was an answer given plain zoning. It was because of the value engineering that was done in the first round that it came up with additional requirements for the building. Is that correct?
Well, and also that building's always been designed as a phased project,
right,
not 100% built at one time to maximize the use of it and expand it as it needs to be expanded. It was never designed to be completed. We're having the public works, the training and the office space and the garage space done. Phase 2 will be the other wing. So it's always been planned to be a phased construction approach, and designed and built that way.
And not that I want to diminish the Plain Zoning Commission, because I spent quite a bit of time on the Plain Zoning Commission, but their role in this process is not to determine dollars. That's a city council function to determine dollars. So the more they get into questioning why money's being spent, the less they are maybe looking at some of the things they might need to look at. And it's not that I want to diminish those guys, but, okay, I'm going to parrot a lot of the things that Councilmember Hill just said. I'm very proud. I've been on the council, this is my 4th year, and for 3 years now, we've either hit or beat rollback. And I just don't think it's possible this year for us to do that. And I'm not really happy about that personally, but I just don't think it's possible for us to do that. I do think we need to look at the possibility of some of the items in the budget to see if we can do the 2.9 blah, 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 whatever the numbers are on it, and still meet all of our obligations. But I just don't think there's any way we're going to be able to get back to rollback, and I think the population, the people and the residents need to basically understand that now, that that's not going to happen. I'm not personally in favor of going up to the 3.1 number unless we are forced to, but that's going to be a staff issue to deal with, trying to come up with a way to do that. I understand you're meeting with the Budget Review Committee here in a couple of days. It might be appropriate to charge those guys with trying to take a look at some of the expenditures and see if we can't come up with something where we can kind of save some money. I know you've done that. I watched the meetings. They've been very active in dealing with that. But I just don't see us getting there, and I'd love to, but I don't see it happening. As far as Hurricane Harbor is concerned and that whole working waterfront, we have a grant, we have a program that we approved. It's got a number of years late on it. We can't walk away from that, no matter what anybody wants to do. So we have to deal with that. And what money's been spent in the past, it's fine to report it, but it's really not material to the discussions we have to have about the working waterfront. What's material is how can we control things in the future with it. So I don't have anything else to say. Thank you, Ken. It's a good presentation.
Good job. Thank you, Ken.
You do a really good job of managing our money. I think the people in the audience need to understand that the city manager and Ken have done a dynamite job in doing this. There's things in here that we can't do without. We can't do without the stormwater master plan. Quite frankly, the problem we had with water last week, I don't think we could spend $50 million and take care of 6 inches or whatever it was in that period of time. But without the stormwater master plan, I got an email from a gentleman that said, can you at least tell me what the slope is on my lot if I have to fix my own swale? Well, without the stormwater master plan being done the correct way, we can't tell him that because we really don't know what the slope is lot, because we don't know where the problem is in dealing with that. So,
Mr. Mayor,
those kind of things are important and they need to be done. And they're in the budget, and I don't know how we can do away with them. So it's important.
Yeah, but Mr. Mayor, during these hard times, the 12% increase in taxes when we have $5 million in reserves.
I'm not going to debate with you tonight on increase in taxes. That'll be on the 14th. And I don't disagree at all with you, but I'm not going to get into a debate on it. So.
No, I understand it, but just keep in the back of your mind that when we send this back to the Budget Committee and it's 12% tax increase and we got $5 million of reserves, I think we could find a way to at least get back down to 2.9 millage rate. So.
The Budget Committee is actually pretty confident, and I think that Ken works with him really well, so they'll assist him in doing what he needs to do. So. Okay, thank you guys for this. Public input. This is a general purpose public input section. I want to remind everybody as we begin this, however, that we have, and if they look at, I believe it's page 4 on their agenda packet, there is no campaigning discussions to take place inside the City Council. So I know we have an election coming up on the 15th, and so that's not a topic for discussion during public input. So if anybody wants to talk about anything else that's not on the agenda, please come forward and do that. Yes, sir. And when you come forward, give us your name, please, and your residence. And that mic will work fine for you. It's directional.
All right, my name's Frank Nolan, and I'm Barber Street, Sebastian. First of all, I want to say I'm real thrilled that you're helping the elderly, the disabled, and the veterans. I'm glad that the county wants to establish affordable housing. What I'm going to ask you is, down the road, not tonight, not tomorrow, whenever, you think about my brothers and sisters. I have thousands of brothers and sisters throughout the country, and I have a couple of hundred here in Sebastian. There are people that are suffering. They're sleeping in their cars because they've lost their homes. They're almost sleeping in their cars because they're about losing their jobs. We need to come up with a program to help them. We don't want to lose them. They don't want to move to Palm Bay. They don't want to move to Melbourne. They work here. They lived here. They grew up here. But they can't afford to live here. To be honest with you, I've been here 4.5 years. I've lived in Florida many, many places. Rhode Island's my home. It always will be my home. I never found a home in Florida. My son lives in Broward. 4.5 years ago, I found my home. I don't want to leave myself. But that's another story. We really need to help people that are struggling. Most of you know what I do on the streets. Heck, some of the Sebastian officers call me the famous streetwalker. But I see a lot. A lot of people come into the restaurant that just need a hand up. And that's what I'm asking you all to do, to think about helping a hand up. All right, people ask me why I don't like people to say thank you to me or give me compliments. It's because it's the right thing for me to do. So what I'm asking you all to do, simply do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public want to speak? We don't carry on the conversation back and forth during public input, sir. No, we don't carry conversations.
We don't, but I see many times before. But thank you, I'll get with you later.
We don't do that.
Sure.
Anyone else wish to speak? Sir.
My name is Russell Herman, 586 Redwood Court. Good evening, members of the City Council. In support of civil, sane governance in the city, I would like to make 10 points. 1, last November, voters ousted 3 of the sitting council members for not paying attention to their views and concerns and for voting against the city's best interest. Most of the 43 people who spoke at the City Council meeting and those speaking at the Planning and Zoning meeting asked for a slowdown, a delay in the vote, and decision-making until they could catch up with the change proposed to the character of the City of Sebastian. 3, Council members McPartlin, Iovino, and Kitchen ignored the city residents and voted for the annexation, along with Mr. Dodd and Mr. Hill. The Planning and Zoning Board were deadlocked on approving the annexation for a good reason. They wanted more and better information about the annexation. 4, the annexation decision has been examined by the State Appellate Court and found seriously wanting. The 3 judges voted to squash the annexation, sending the applicant and the City Council back to the drawing table. 5, 3 thoughtful candidates have replaced these 3 misdirected council members. But since day 1, they have been harassed and insulted by what has become the recall group.
Sir?
Yes?
You are moving into the campaign issue on the recall election, and I'm going to ask you not to do that. That's not for discussion tonight, because that election's been scheduled, and I'm asking you not to get involved in that.
I'm going to ask for a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'll let you deal with that.
I don't think he's leading that way.
I think you're.
I'm talking about the annexation.
I'm going to ask the city attorney if you would help me with this, please. So our rules say no campaigning, and since there is a recall election scheduled.
The recall has nothing to do with annexation.
Yeah. The annexation's dead anyway, so.
Is my point of order being ignored, Mr. Mayor?
I'm asking the city attorney for a question first.
But I have a point of order on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what the issue is. I mean, I haven't even heard enough.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right.
I mean,
all right. I'll let you continue. Go ahead.
Please let the public speak.
I'll let you continue.
Okay. The key issues that caused this revolt of the electorate in Sebastian. Front and center was the proposed annexation and the decision-making process that left all of us in the cold. Second was an array of water quality issues that bedevil the city, primary spraying toxic pesticides on city waterways. Third item that pervades the first two, the lack of transparent government. Put bluntly, we do not have this. We do not have open decision-making, and we do not have it now. So let me be clear. We have made progress on these three issues, but not nearly enough progress. Councilmember Morty has brought his experience in planning and development supervision to looking carefully at the annexation issues. Councilmember Parrish has brought her experience in real estate and her concern for water quality issues. Councilmember Gilliams has focused on the issue of transparency, asking what is in the city's administration and how are they working out their difficulties. Number 8, these three council members have been stymied at every turn by a recall group. We have to ask, so what are they afraid of? Why do they not want the light to shine on city business? These questions will persist as long as it takes to get to the bottom of what is happening with our city. These are harsh words, and I wish we did not have to raise them before the electorate. But transparency and good governance are at stake here. Thank you very much for your critical concerns.
Anyone else like to speak? Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Kathy Klein, and I live in Sebastian. When I first spoke at a council meeting, I was so nervous. Then I was mad, and now I'm just disappointed. Everybody wants their person, the person they voted for, to be the winner. I get that, but it didn't work out that way because many people didn't bother to vote or weren't interested, or perhaps they were on vacation or out of town. Either way, it appears the city council election in 2019 was not a priority. And when the votes came in, 3 new people were elected to the city council, which made a lot of people angry. I'm disappointed in the senior city council and every person that signed the recall petition. Sorry, I used that word. People didn't research both sides, nor did the online local news source explain both sides. The recall group held meetings to remove new council members shortly after they were elected. I saw the video. There's a learning curve of 6 months before a council member can be removed. But there was 6 months they were defending themselves. All city council phone numbers, email addresses are printed in the Sunday paper. If people want to know both sides, they can reach out to a council member, even one that is being recalled. I do know the recall petitions posted on Facebook for people to download, print, sign, and mail. Really? Mail? On the bottom of the recall petition, it says that the person is witnessing the council member's name to be recalled, and it also says the petitions were signed in my presence. Really? I'm so tired of the bickering and all that should be working together rather than antagonizing each other, and that includes some of the citizens of Sebastian. Charles Motti is a good person that cares about the city of Sebastian, but he is not a politician. He is a man with high integrity. He's educated and experienced in planning and zoning. He is everything that the city of Sebastian needs in a council person. Does he have faults? Sure. No one is without faults. The Sunshine Law that supposedly Motti broke was speaking to another council person about a city issue when they were not in session. So I ask you, is that so bad? The Congress of the United States talk about issues all the time before a bill comes to the floor, before a vote is taken. So let me be clear. It's okay for the Congress to discuss issues out of session amongst themselves, but our city council is prohibited? Perhaps the Sunshine Law should be changed. I will not vote to recall Charles Motti, but I will vote to retain him. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. At what point in time do we move into campaigning? I'm asking the city attorney.
The entire thing was campaigning.
City attorney. It's the rule that we have that we don't do campaigning.
Okay.
So if I'm going to allow campaigning on one side, I'm going to have to allow campaign on all sides.
Then take your position, Mr. Mayor, and then gavel and close. I don't have an issue personally, as long as they don't cross the line. I believe that young lady began crossing the line into the current litigation, and I was about to say the same thing, but she moved on.
Okay. All right. So it appears that I'm the only one that wants to apply that rule. So anybody who wants to speak is eligible to speak?
That's not what I said, Your Honor.
Following the rules of this.
That's not what I said.
I mean,
I think the lawyer, the attorney.
You're the mayor, you have the rule, and you have the gavel.
All right. Next, please, come forward.
Hi, Michelle Morris, Sebastian, Florida. I just have a couple of quick things, and it will not be political, I promise you. One of the things the lady who spoke right before me said that you can always hear back from council members, and I beg to differ with her because I did write Mr. Mahdi and never heard back from him. I don't know why, but to me, as a council person who is elected, you need to respond whether you don't want to hear what we have to say or you do. Number one. Number two, people can say what they want about the recall group, but the facts are the facts. They are only concerned about our community and the fact that 3 of our council members have been charged, 2 criminally, and 2 more, the other 2 were civil infractions. Obviously, something is going on. And yes, they do get a 6-month reprieve, I guess, for learning the job. But the facts are the facts. They get public position training. I know this. I was present when it was provided by the previous city attorney. So they were all given previous training on sunshine law violations and what they can and can't do. And they continued to do this later on in April and then again a few months ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone outside who wants to come in and speak? Ma'am? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Patricia Mandel, lived in Sebastian 35 years. I say the city of Sebastian is in turmoil. Why? The answer is not simple but multifaceted. There is a recall movement here composed of some citizens who want to overturn an election, ousting 3 candidates who won the election fairly. This evening, I would like to address the citizens of Sebastian, especially people who are at home viewing this meeting. Many of you were approached and asked or maybe coaxed into signing a recall petition to undo a fair election.
Mayor Dunn.
I don't know this for sure.
You're crossing the boundary.
Clear.
Oh.
I'm just going to say it now. You're crossing the boundary.
I'm going to ask for a point of order.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
I'm going to ask for a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Go right ahead and ask your point of order and tell me what rule I'm breaking.
Can we just get a majority of the council? We're all equal up here. If we can get 3 votes to let the people speak. Excuse me.
Councilmember Gilliams, tell me what rule I'm breaking.
Let the recall people speak as well. I have no problem with that. Let both, this is their time. I have no problem. Let them come up and criticize us if they want. This is America. So let them line up, let them get their 5 minutes, and let's move forward.
Ms. Gilliam, be calm, please. You may speak. It's Donnybrook time. We're going to let everybody speak who wants.
Come on, let's bring it on.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
There you go.
Mayor Dodd, I would ask to take a break. I need to use the restroom before this 4
All right, we're going to take a break. You'll be up when we take a break. 10 minutes.
Okay.
I would direct you to resolution number R-20-02, section 8, B, paragraph 3, where it says certain remarks are prohibited, personal, impertinent, and slanderous remarks, political campaigning, and applauding will not be permitted and may result in sanctions imposed by the chair, including expulsion from the meeting. Decisions by the chair may be appealed in accordance with the above. So I would ask that you reconsider your previous determination that you're going to let them free-for-all talk out here. We need to run a civilized meeting. We need to run it in a manner that we can get the business of this community done while listening to the public, but following the rules that this council has established.
I actually agree with you. That's the reason I started this off by making the statement that I made, that's what our rules do say. And I had hoped that we would bypass the issues that are being dealt with right now in the election process and not have that come up this evening.
And we can do that because you have the gavel, sir.
I know I do.
And with the gavel, if somebody calls a point of order, a majority of the council has to overrule you. So let's see who on this council wishes to follow the rules set forth by this council.
Okay, Councilwoman Paris, would you put her on the screen? Did you want to say something?
I did. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering why this meeting is an exception in comparison to the last 4.
Okay.
Where there was obvious campaign
all right.
and recalling.
I'll be happy to answer that question. It's an exception because there is an election that is scheduled, and from the date that election was scheduled, it's now campaigning, in my opinion. And so that's the reason that I was holding that. So I agree with what Councilmember Hill is saying. So what we're going to do is we're going to.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, wait a second. I'm going to allow the speakers to come up, and if I judge that they are stepping over the campaigning rule, I'm going to ask them to stop that. And if someone on the council wants to raise a point of order, then you can raise that, and we'll get a vote.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak? You let Jim speak, you let Pam speak. I'd like to speak.
Sure.
Thank you. So, I have no problem. We've been going all year long with people talking politics, everything in here. This is America. I don't see why they can't come in, give them their 5 minutes. If they want to make a fool of themselves, that's fine. If they got something important that they want to bring to the mic, that's fine. That's their time. And for us to change the rules, and I understand Mr. Hill's position, we haven't followed those rules. We never follow those rules. So now there's an election, and it's not, I'm part of that. And I'm not afraid of it. I'd like to hear what they have to say. And if they're campaigning, so be it. This is America. So let them campaign. It's 5 minutes.
Okay, you're going to have an opportunity to vote that position in a few minutes. The lady who was speaking, you may come back up. Now, I'm going to ask you to limit your remarks to not discuss any issues related to the recall election.
Well, a lot of my comments in my speech tonight are about the recall. Now, I don't know if the word recall can't be mentioned or if there's just a certain place I can't go with my comments.
Campaigning means that you are trying to convince people to vote one way or the other. That's a campaign. And that's what our rule says we can't do. Okay.
Well, I don't think that part of it is campaigning, and if it is, you can stop me.
Okay, fine.
Okay, as I mentioned, the city is in turmoil, and I feel that it's a multifaceted reasons. The recall movement is composed of some citizens who want to overturn an election, ousting 3 candidates who won the election fairly. And this evening, I wanted to address the citizens of Sebastian, especially people who are at home viewing this meeting. Many of you were approached and asked or coaxed into signing a recall petition to undo a fair election. I don't know this for sure, but I do have a strong feeling that when you signed the petition, the recaller you dealt with was describing the candidates in very unfavorable terms. Do you remember the old adage, there's always 2 sides to a story? Do you think you heard both sides of the story? Do you even dare to think that the Sebastian Daily newspaper reported both sides of the story? If you think the story has been fairly and equally reported, you have probably been seriously duped. Because no one likes being duped, I would urge you, as a citizen with the power of the vote, to do your due diligence. Be an informed voter. Get the other side of the story before you vote to recall. By signing the recall petition, the recallers are inviting you to shoot yourself in the foot. Why do I say this? Because the recall movement wants to recall the very person who has your best interest in heart and mind, Vice Mayor Charlie Maudie. Back in November, a great majority of citizens...
You've now moved into the campaigning mode, so I'm going to ask you to not do that.
I'm going to ask for a point of order,
Your
to
point of
ask her
order?
to proceed and take a vote.
All right. Let me state this. Councilmember Gilliams has raised a point of order that I am improperly enforcing the rule annotated on. Let me find it in here.
Okay, and I'm appealing that rule.
Annotated on public input heading under agenda. Council will not debate an issue. And then also no campaigning, so forth.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
He's asked.
It's the city attorney.
City attorney,
if I
yes,
can,
sir.
you're not misinterpreting the statute. If the council wants to suspend these rules and do what they want, that's a different story.
Okay, now suspending
but you are
rules takes-
not misinterpreting the statute. That's legally.
Yes.
You guys voted upon that. You
Okay.
have your grounds to stand on that. She is crossing it. But if the council wants to suspend the rules, they can do that as well.
And the rule suspension takes a 4/5 majority.
That's correct.
All right, Councilmember Gilliams, I'm ruling against you on point of order, but I'm not, I just advised by the attorney that I'm not breaking the rules, which is true.
We don't need to
So
suspend-
would you like to move
Yeah, I
that
want
we
to
suspend the
move
rules?
to, no, I'm not looking to suspend the rules. I'm looking to appeal the chair for 3 votes to let this lady move on with her speech. So I'm going to appeal
All right.
to, listen, we're all
Okay.
equals up here. There's 5 of us, and if the majority says let her speak, then I think we should follow that rule.
Councilmember Gilliams, let me try to move this forward a little bit. Okay, Councilmember Gilliams is asking that we allow this lady to continue with her remarks in violation of the rules, and a 3-2 vote would agree that we not do that.
And that would be against the city attorney's advice.
And
that would be against the city attorney's advice. If you want to suspend the rules, suspend the rules.
Okay.
But right now, I think you can legally go forward with what you're doing, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Well, I don't recall asking the city attorney for advice.
I do.
So
I'm the chair, and I ask for his advice.
you need a consensus of the board.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
So let's
Mr.
let
City
her
Attorney,
proceed.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, if I hear something that I believe is improper or borderline illegal, right now the question was whether or not you were violating our ordinance. And I'm telling you, you were not violating the ordinance. Very simple resolution. If you want to suspend, you can suspend the rules.
Okay.
If you don't want to suspend it, you're doing nothing wrong. I think you are complying with the ordinance. Which it was passed by council.
The sad part about this is, all I'm trying to do is to have us not spend time this evening dealing with this issue. It needs to be dealt with in the public arena. It needs not to be dealt with here. It is absolutely ludicrous for us to debate
You've
this
done it
in
for
this
3
council.
months, Mr. Mayor, 4 months. Now you're going to change the rules in the middle of the game? You know, you don't think the people at home are watching you? Come on, let's just be fair with everybody. Let the recall group come up and speak and have their say, and have this young lady do the same thing.
You're the mayor.
All right, I
Take control of
understand.
your
I
meeting, sir.
understand.
So-
And I'm ruling, Councilmember Gilliams, I'm asking her not to campaign.
The resolution says it's a guideline. We don't have to follow it.
No, it's not a guideline. A resolution is a rule. So I'm asking you not to campaign if you may. Now, where you went over the boundaries when you started to mention an individual and how the people should vote or should be considered to vote on that individual is where you went over the guideline.
Are we going to take a vote and get a majority?
I don't know what we're voting on.
We're voting to let this young lady speak, and I say let her speak. I don't know what Charles and Pam want to do.
The problem
We
with
know
that
what
is
you wanna do,
if
and we
the
know
vote
what
is
Jim
to let
wants
her
do.
speak, then we're in violation of the rules.
No.
And
That's his opinion. That's his opinion.
Why don't we see if she is in
Councilman
violation?
Multi, do you have something you'd like to say?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'd ask the young lady to go ahead and speak. Refrain from anything on elections.
Well, that's what I'm asking her to do.
That's exactly.
That's all I'm asking her to do, is to not campaign. You can express your opinion, you just can't campaign. And campaigning is when you try to convince people to vote one way or another on a topic or for an individual. That's campaigning. Is that valid, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so if you want to express your opinion, that's fine, but what our rule says is we can't campaign, which means that you can't stand up here and tell people that you don't want them to vote, or they shouldn't vote, or what they should do about an individual as far as this election is concerned.
Okay, so if it's not about an individual, that's okay.
As long as you're not trying to convince people to vote one way or another, that's okay. You can express your opinion all you want.
Does that include T-shirts? I see campaign T-shirts in here, Mr. Mayor. Let's not, let's be consistent with the rules.
It's your meeting, sir.
Yes.
Progress, please.
Ma'am, would you, now, if go ahead and move forward under those rules.
Let's have a double standard.
Go ahead and move forward under those rules, if you would, please.
You want me to continue?
Yes, as long as you don't campaign.
Okay. I will try to edit it as I go along.
And if you do, I'll let you know and you can readjust.
Okay.
Still have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, so back in November, a great majority of Sebastian citizens voted for the council members who are now being recalled because you recognized that the former council was not doing your will. I was one of 45 people who stood in this chamber a year ago and addressed the council, consisting of Mrs. Hill, Dodd, Iovino, McPartlin, and Ms. Kinchin, asking them to wait on the annexation, to please do more research and get citizen input. My plea, and those of the 40-plus other people, was quickly dismissed as those 5 council members took all of 5 minutes to vote for the botched-up annexation in direct opposition to the people of Sebastian. In addition, the same 5 council members, Hill, Dodd, Iovino, McPartlin, and Kinchin, knowingly and willingly allowed the spraying of poisonous chemicals into Sebastian's waterways for many, many years. Consequently, after this disgraceful and shameful vote for a loser annexation in November, the people of Sebastian, including many of you watching at home, voted the former council members out and replaced them with 3 newbies. This is how democracy works. The 3 new members were environmentally aware, against spraying chemicals and poisons in the water. They were also against allowing the annexation to go forward as it stood, with high-density homes and 9,000 new residents. They favored having town hall meetings to get citizen input and actually held 2 town halls. So, no chemicals in waterways, no 9,000 new residents, and lots of citizen input. Citizens of Sebastian, please take a few seconds and ask yourself these questions. 1, do you want poison chemicals in your waterways? 2, do you want an annexation that will turn Sebastian into Port St. Lucie North? 3, do you want your council members to ignore your input? If you answered no to these 3 questions, then I must ask you to think very hard before recalling.
I think you're now moving into campaigning.
Okay.
How much time do we have here?
I'm not going to say anything
you got about 30 seconds.
about a person.
Are you saying no to recall? Is that what you're saying?
Damien.
Oh, I just don't know.
Councilmember Gilliams.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sheesh.
Yeah, you know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. But
I'm afraid I'd break my gavel because you're the greatest offender in town.
I didn't hear that. Remember, 2 of our present council members, Misters Hill and Dodd, are in favor of spraying poisonous chemicals.
Ma'am, I'm going to interrupt you because do you know in 2018 I proposed that we quit using glyphosate, and I proposed that the city manager do an integrated pest management plan, and Councilmember Hill voted for that. Do you not know that?
I know that.
Okay, so why are you saying, this is what bothers me about this group that you represent. You're lying right now, so why are you doing that? Do you not know in 2018 that I did that as a council member?
Let her finish.
I do know that.
You do know that. So why would you stand there and say that I'm in favor of poisoning your canals?
That was the case.
All right. Your time's up. Your time's up.
I think you
Yeah,
took
do you have a
her
letter
line.
that you would like to read from someone else?
Just because I said something you
No,
didn't like?
actually, your time is up. It really is, but it bothers me. It bothers me that you.
Mr. Mayor, no campaigning.
Look, it bothers me that you lie about me.
Okay.
That bothers me.
So Mr.
That you lie about
Dodd
me.
has changed his position on the spraying of the chemicals.
Mr. Dodd didn't have a position to spray the chemicals. In 2018, Mr. Dodd approached the city council and asked to quit using glyphosate, and approached the city council and asked to direct the city manager to produce an integrated pest management plan, and all 5 members of the council in 2018 voted in the affirmative on that.
It sounds like you're Mr. Mayor. Mayor Dodd, Mayor Dodd, listen, Mr. Mayor.
Your time is up now. You have a letter you want to read from someone else, you said?
Mr. Mayor, come on.
Councilmember Gilliams, please.
I'm sorry.
Do you have a letter you want to read from someone else?
Yes, I'm going to let this man go first, and then I'll come back.
Okay, now, once again, when you read that letter, no campaigning.
She's not coming back, is she? Is that what she said?
She's going to read a letter that's from another individual who asked her to do that. She's not going to come back and speak for herself. And I agree to let her do that.
I think it's a great idea, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. My name's Christopher Nunn, Sebastian, Florida. I would just say thank you, first of all, for a wonderful budget presentation tonight. Thank you for the work that's been done to get our city moving forward. I would request to the public that they pay attention. Before November, our council meetings lasted about 45 minutes. Since then, they've lasted about 3.5 or so hours, and we've got very little accomplished. I would just say that everybody should do their due diligence, study their hearts, study what's best for this wonderful city, and realize that we're in a state of turmoil and that there's only one way to fix that. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was your name, sir?
His name's Christopher Nunn.
I won't have none of that.
My name's Clesson Heeman, and I live on Columbus Street. And I want to say that I think everyone sitting up there, everyone on council should be held responsible and accountable for what they say. There was one council member last meeting, said that the coronavirus was going to end in November. The Sebastian Daily reports on everything 3 members say up here, but they didn't report on this. Now, my question is this council member a doctor, a qualified medical professional? Does he have a vaccine? Does he have a cure for it? I would love to hear an explanation. The Sebastian Daily said it was a joke, but I don't really see what is so humorous about a virus that people are on ventilators and people are dying and being sick. What is really so humorous about this? So I would love to hear an explanation from this council member. If he wants to use the joke excuse, I would love for him to explain what is so humorous about people being on ventilators and people being sick. Or if he don't want to go the joke excuse, I would love to hear why it's going to end in November. And then the other thing I wanted to say is this same council member was on Facebook calling people a liar and cheater. And I think that everybody who gets on Facebook that's on council should be held accountable. But I haven't seen anything said about this council member saying that. So I would love to hear an explanation, that's all.
Thank you, sir. Next person. Paul. All right, you're gonna read the letter? All right, you can come forward and read the letter. She asked me at the break, I was approached and said that she had a letter from a resident and she wanted to input that into the record, and I told her I would agree to let her do that. So I'm going to ask you, once you do that, to give a copy to the city clerk for the record, please.
Thank you for making that decision for all of us, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dodd, Vice Mayor Motti, council members. I have asked Patricia Mandel, which is me, to read my statement under public input at this evening's meeting. My name is Carolyn Sartain Anderson, a resident of Sebastian, currently staying at my family home in Long Island. Since 2004, I have been an active participant within the community, supporting events and volunteering. I was one of 3 residents, along with Ms. Coy, who wrote the 501c3, which established the Sebastian Senior Activity Center. I was elected first president by the membership. I have served on 2 charter review committees in 2011, where you became my mentor, Ed Dodd, and I held you in high regard. Also, I served again in 2016. I tried unsuccessfully with 2 other residents to bring wreaths across America to our city, which finally happened with new folks in 2019. I served on the FSL committee, and during Joe Griffin's tenure as city manager, resurrected the defunct handicapped committee, known as the Disabilities Advisory Committee, and I served on the board, which has not met since Mr. Carlisle was hired. My participation in this community as a disabled woman, overcoming daily adversity, gives folks an idea of my commitment to Sebastian. Mayor Dodd, this past February, I requested a one-on-one meeting to discuss issues of concern to me and others. We met on Friday, February 7th, for nearly 2 hours at City Hall. One of my major concerns was for you and the city manager to reactivate the Disabilities Advisory Committee immediately to address issues pertinent to our citizens. You and Mr. Carlisle had already received letters from a Sebastian resident, far more knowledgeable than you, with the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, citing concerns. You shared your concern with me that this individual might overstep bounds regarding the city's obligation to be in compliance with ADA. And use the Disabilities Advisory Committee as a platform. Although I shook your hand at the conclusion of our meeting, I was deeply saddened that you would side with politics and not side with me.
Ma'am, would you wait 1 second? There's a problem with that mic. Try it now.
Although I shook your hand at the conclusion of our meeting, I was deeply saddened that you would side with politics and not side with me on behalf of the folks with disabilities in our community. My regard for you, Mayor, was lowered by what I perceived as arrogance, ignorance, and politics. Mayor Dodd, on May 3rd, 2020, I met with you, City Manager Carlisle, and the city resident ADA expert aforementioned. Since I had previously not met Mr. Carlisle, I began the meeting by introducing myself and my speech disability, my balance issues, and not being able to enter the chamber without assistance since I moved here 16 years ago. I want to feel empowered. We who are disabled want to preserve our independence. A simple handicap button to open the chamber door is all that's needed. Sadly, neither you, Mayor, or the city manager heard our voices. You were both concerned about the legalities of ADA regarding the city, defending your compliance as well as finances. There was no reactivating of the Disabilities Advisory Committee. Your parting words were, "We'll get back to you." I've never left a meeting regarding ADA, having dealt with such total incompetence in my life as a special educator and administrator. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Carlisle, it's now August 26th, almost 6 months later. We'll get back to you. Mayor Dodd, I no longer hold you in high regard. Shame on you, Mayor Dodd, and City Manager Carlisle. And then there's I want to share my gratitude and praise for Vice Mayor Charlie Motti for his service to Sebastian. He garnered the highest number of votes last November based on his exemplary...
That's moving into the campaign stage.
Is that campaigning? Okay. All right. So she then says that he's been lumped in.
I know, that's also...
Okay, and she's just a little bit talking there about Mr. Motti. And then in closing, let's see. In closing, many residents of Sebastian have no idea what a city manager form of government is, what the charter by which we govern is, and think the mayor is all-powerful. Sadly, Mayor Dodd, you have perpetuated this belief by your media questionable comments, interviews, and by your attitude and behavior. Citizens of Sebastian, Ed Dodd was elected as a council member by the residents and has an equal vote with the other 4 council members, an equal vote. He was elected by the other 4 council members last November as mayor and serves a 1-year term. His duty as mayor is to simply conduct council meetings, represent the city at ceremonial functions, no power, and an equal among the 4 other council members. With many thanks, Carolyn Sartain Anderson. Thank you.
Would you give a copy of that to the city clerk, please?
Thank you, Carol. I'll keep this, my name is Bill Flynn, I live on Main Street. I'll keep this short and sweet. Number 1, our group started the recall because of illegal actions of 3 members of the council. I'm going to leave it at that. I have been made aware by several employees of Sebastian that work in this building that they are in fear for their lives because certain members have a propensity to violence and threats. What they would like to see is some kind of metal detector on the entranceway so we have control in and out. I feel that the metal detector would be a good solution rather than having a policeman at the door to check everybody coming in. I don't know if that's something that you would all consider, but I think that's a safety issue for the employees of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak?
Me again, Andrea Ring, 407 Query Lane. My first was on the Disabilities Committee. I was on that committee with that lady, and I know who she is, and she's a firecracker. She's really, really a nice lady, though. I want to reiterate what this other lady has said about the electricity and the aluminum wiring in the houses. I talked to her during the break, and she's saying that there are a lot of houses here in Sebastian, and these are fire hazards. This is very dangerous. So if you live in a house that's been built in the 70s or 80s, check with code enforcement. Check with building code. Find out if your house has this kind of electricity and wires, because it is. And maybe you could get some of this money that they are putting out for the tomorrow, right? What I don't know what the initials are. Thank you.
Just to make sure that I want to correct that, the building department and code enforcement is not where you need to go to find out if you got aluminum wiring. You need to get a contractor, electrical contractor, come in and have them evaluate your wiring.
They can't afford stuff like that.
I don't know that we have in city manager might address,
because
I wouldn't want a bunch of people to start calling the building department to try to come out and see if they've got aluminum wiring in their house if there's no way to do that. So
I don't think that we can go in homes and start inspecting them.
Yeah.
As a city, I think that there's part of this program may allow that to happen. But I don't think the city can go in and start tearing into the panels and determining the validity of your wiring.
So if they feel like that, they can apply for the program, and then part of the application process would be to evaluate that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, this lady told me people down in Schumann Drive have this kind of electricity.
Okay.
So if you live on Schumann Drive, 70s, 80s, check.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I still have another 2 issues. One, we're talking about canals, and I was on the Natural Resource Board, and I was chair for the year. And Frank and I talked about the canals a lot, and Frank, all his comment to me was, if he has to maintain and look at what the green stuff is that's growing in the canal, he's going to make damn sure that there isn't any green stuff growing in the canal.
That was Frank Wanabe?
That was Frank Wanabe.
Okay.
So all this canal and all this buildup is not because of what we're doing today. It's what we did 5 years ago that caused all these problems. So, Mr. Hill, we need to look at the fact that it is not our problem today. It was 5 years ago that all this stuff started.
Well,
Yeah, I still have, okay.
go ahead, yeah.
One more issue. All righty, and this one has to do with, oh man, now it's gone out of my mind, but it has to do with the people who, keep calling me the, who person who thinks she has a right to say anything at city council meetings. So all those little snowbirds out there need to take note of what is going on today, and we snowbirds and anybody else who is interested in the environment, because I was on the Natural Resource Board and I noticed there's a big turnover. People join that board thinking that they can help the city. Oh, well, gee, guess what? Once you join the board, you're not going to be able to help the city. You have to get off the board to get in any work, any say in, because of the Sunshine Law. Right? So, we had 4 people join the board today. I'm just letting you know that if you're an environmental person, then we need to take note of what's going on in council today and what's happening, and you need to make sure you get out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Vera Render, and I live at 852 Mulberry Street in the city of Sebastian. Been a taxpayer here for over 35 years. If my taxes go up this year, that beats anything taken out of my emergency fund you've got set aside. If we drain that $5 million, odds are we're going to need it. It's like emptying your bank account. You just don't do that. You increase the budget. And if you turn down money to poor people who work in this city, y'all are worried about losing money because of COVID, and you refuse to give them a raise, shame on you. That's number one. Number two, as a taxpayer and as a citizen for this city, I'm informed. I go places. I read things. I know how this works, and I'm tired of people coming up here and telling us that I'm uneducated because I disagree with what they think. I have a right to an opinion just like they do. And anyone who's interested in learning about this upcoming election, there is an open a candidate forum tomorrow night at Paradolia's. Bring your chair. It's going to be outside, and you can hear from the horse's mouth what they profess to believe, what they intend to do, and why they do or did what they did. So
Point of order. We got a point
Thank you, ma'am.
Point of order, are we campaigning? Are we campaigning?
Well,
that was an announcement. I didn't endorse anybody. I'm giving you an opportunity to speak to all of them.
I don't know that that's campaigning, but.
I didn't get the invite.
All right.
Where's my
Just got it.
invitation? Yeah, they never invited me.
Councilmember Gilliams, would you please quit interacting? Councilmember Gilliams.
I'd like to be there tomorrow so I can give my side.
Councilmember Gilliams, would you please quit interacting with the young lady? Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry. They don't want me there.
Anybody else have anything they want to say?
Don't want me there.
Does anybody else want to speak?
I got 4 people on Zoom.
Okay, bring the first one in.
Poppy, you're unmuted.
How you doing? Thank you very much. My name is Jason Mayhem Miller. I'm calling from Sebastian, Florida. I'm a resident. And I just wanted to let you know,
a name?
we have
Can we get a name, Mr. Mayor?
issue.
Sir, could you give us your name again? We didn't, sir, could you give us your name again? We didn't get that.
Jason.
Can we get your name again, please?
Jason the Mayhem Miller, Miller.
Thank you.
So I have a city beautification issue I'd like to bring up. I don't know, for the past 20 years, we've had this shithole on the corner of 512 and US 1 known as the No Name Bar. And I believe we've got a couple of...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order, come on.
Been scraped off that floor to come in here and support Mr. Gilliams tonight. So, I don't know, I just feel like the one thing in our city that needs to be resolved would probably be that. I mean, it's a monstrosity. And also, Mr. James, I think it's really ironic that you're gonna call in, or they're gonna talk about taxes. I don't think you ever paid your taxes.
Joe, sir.
It's not awful. Anyway, I was.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, sir.
I just gave him a check for $28,000, so you're misinformed, my friend.
Yeah,
You
thank
can
you.
go look it up. Yeah, another $28,000 to the community, no problem.
That's what I hate about Zoom. From now, I would love to have a rule that says if they don't want to show, if we don't have a video on them, we can't put them on Zoom.
I agree, Mr. Mayor.
But that's not what the state rule is.
I know.
Okay, go ahead with the next person.
Oh, shucks.
Michelle?
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Peters. I've been a resident of Sebastian for 17 years. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
We can.
Okay, so first I'd like to thank Mayor Dodd. You're doing a great job. I think you've had the most difficult job in the history of the city of Sebastian with the council members that you currently have on the bench next to you. I'd also like to say thank you to Mr. Kilgore for such a thorough budget presentation. I'd like to ask other council members to stop questioning the cost of the projects on the city's progress and to be more cognizant of the money that they're costing taxpayers by causing frivolous, self-serving lawsuits. That being said, as much as I do not want my taxes to go up, we need to plan for the unexpected. And that unexpected is we don't know what these lawsuits are going to cost us in addition to additional city business. I'd also like to encourage the citizens of Sebastian to really think about how the city has changed since November election, and there's an opportunity to look at all the candidates in question and really evaluate what good has been done versus what good has not been done, the good versus the bad, and cast your vote based on that. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next person.
Kathy?
You there?
Kathy? Kathy, quick.
All right.
Vicki Turner?
Yes, this is Vicki Tunker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I just wanted to refute something that one of the other speakers had said regarding the recall. I don't remember what her name was, long blonde hair. She had talked about how the people on the recall committee had coerced people to sign the recall petitions. I worked on that committee. There was no coercion. People would come in willingly and sign. I will say that there was one that people that did not want to sign for as much, and that would be for the vice mayor. The other two were very willingly signed for, and at no time did I ever give my opinion on the two that they were signing for or anybody. It was an open thing. If they wanted to sign, they could sign. So I refute vehemently what she said. There was no coercion.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Robert Stevens?
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bob Stevens calling for 151 Concha Drive here in Sebastian. I want to thank you very much for the meeting and allowing us to speak on this device. So tonight I'm going to speak to you on behalf of all the small businesses here in Sebastian, every mom and pop business that's been struggling to stay afloat during this COVID epidemic here. Mr. Mayor, why are we contracting West Coast companies to come over here and do city projects when we have local businesses here that need work? You know, there are a couple examples with that airport thing, and then there's the signs that you just authorized somebody from Tampa to come and do new signs for us. I don't understand that, you know. I think we need to stop giving our tax dollars away to out of county businesses, you know. I think we need to pay attention to our local businesses here. And finally, you know, in today's USA newspaper, there was a full-page ad reminding communities to support their local businesses. I mean, a whole-page ad in the TC Palm, let's keep local businesses strong, Mr. Mayor. Please, pay attention to what's going on here. And if you're too busy doing other things, maybe we need to get a city manager that'll consider this stuff. Thank you very much. Appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you.
Samsung.
Hello?
Hello. Name and location, please.
Joe Scazzari, 1401 Thornhill Lane. Just like to comment on something some guy came up there with wearing shorts and flip-flops. I think he's running for Sebastian City Council, talking about minutes and 45-minute sessions for the city to work on. I think if you can do a meeting in 45 minutes, something's wrong, especially when we're dealing with a budget as large as ours, although it is not as large as some budgets I've built. Yeah, the rubber stamping things doesn't work, and I think that's what the whole issue is. And Mr. Hill running off to the side, I got him on video to talking to somebody during the break to tell them what to say was kind of odd, you know? I think Mr. Hill is actually the head of the snake, and Mr. Dodd, you're just a suckbutt. Have a nice day.
Oh, I will, Joe, because I like you a lot, too.
That's not nice, Joe. That is not nice.
And I think the person that you saw, Joe, if you're still listening, the person you saw talking to someone in the audience was me, and it was because a young lady had asked to be able to read a letter from someone else, and it approached the city clerk. City clerk approached me, and I went to her and told her that it was okay and asked her how she wanted to do it. So I have to admit I did talk to somebody during the break. Let's move on. Anybody else?
One more. Kathy, one more time. Hold on. Check your mic one more time. I heard you momentarily.
How about now?
Yes, ma'am. Name and location,
okay, good
please.
Evening. Okay, I'm Kathy Quick, and I'm from Sebastian, Florida. Actually, right around the corner from Joe, unfortunately. I have two concerns, and it's got nothing to do with this election. I'm really concerned about the culverts in town. I'm getting warnings about being fined for having a culvert that does not line up with my neighbors. And the neighbor that the water backs up into is a single mom of a elementary school child. The next one that it backs up into is a newly widowed 92-year-old, bless her heart, lady. I mean, it just goes right on down the street. And this is the streets not being aligned because of houses that were built in the 70s, 80s, and the 2020s. This is no fault of the homeowners. We just bought into this. I've been complaining about it for 15 years, and now that I was told that because there wasn't as many houses built on this street, because we did have a lot of empty lots, that it wasn't a concern to the city. Now the street's all full except for 2 empty lots, and they will not be built on because the people in front of them on the other side of the road own them, and they just want the extra piece of property. The city came down about 2 weeks ago, actually, with the armadillo, I believe it's called, the machine that digs the swales, and they dug it in those 2 empty lots that I'm discussing, and it didn't do a thing. It backed up still even more, and the part where we're getting ticketed for, they never even touched. They just did the 2 empty lots, which, you know, that doesn't concern anybody, they're empty lots. I didn't understand that. That was my first concern. My second is, actually, I have a question for the city manager. I'm hoping he's able to answer. He said something about equipment being put into the city parks a little bit at a time. I am very involved with several otherwise fortunate children that need that equipment. And I don't know of any parks that have any, except for when it was at Friendship Park and it just up and disappeared. Can you help me out with what parks we can take the children to? Adaptive swings or adaptive slides, anywhere where they could walk through where there's not sand and they're falling because they have walking issues to begin with?
1 second, please.
I don't have the list of all the places we've done upgrades, but Friendship Park never had an ADA playground. It was proposed to have one.
They had a swing. They had a swing at one point in time that was
I don't know which ones they've upgraded, but as they upgrade the
a
parks.
wheelchair.
Okay, will you contact the city manager tomorrow?
I'll get him.
I don't want to ask you for your phone number through Zoom. Normally, if someone comes up and has a question like that, he will give them a card and they can contact him, but will you call City Hall tomorrow and ask to talk to him? And I think he can talk about your water problem, and he can also help you with the park stuff once he gets some research on that. I know the Parks and Rec Committee has decided that they want to put ADA equipment in all the parks, and to do that, they've got to do it as they're redoing the parks. They just don't have the money to do it in every park at the same time. But he can help you with that, and he can also talk to you about your drainage issue. I know there are streets where, and I sympathize your problem. There's a lot of streets where the houses were built helter-skelter and they weren't swaled, the swales weren't sloped correctly and the pipes weren't put in correctly. So will you call his office tomorrow?
Yes, there is a council member that has been notified of the situation throughout the past month. I was hoping he would speak up and help me out here.
Well, if not, you can send an email to me, ed.at-cityofsebastian.org, and if you'll send me an email, I'll get it to the city manager and give me the particulars in the email.
Okay, I believe you've been speaking to the gentleman that's been my advocate, actually.
Okay. I have talked, and I don't know whether it's the same place, but I've had conversations with one gentleman about that, yes.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not getting any answers. I'm not getting any feedback other than, as far as the fines go, it's, we're working with you, we understand there's an issue and such, but it's really not the homeowners. I mean, I know it's our responsibility to keep it upkeep, but they weren't properly placed on the street, and that's why they're backed up. The water it comes within 2 feet of my swale and stops.
Okay. Send me an email, ed.at-cityofsebastian.org, and I'll get that to the city manager and we'll talk about it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And you guys are really all doing an awesome job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom? No. All right, thank you. We're now on to new business, 13A, the third quarter financial report.
Yes,
Ken, would you like to take off on it, or do you want Paul to?
Go ahead, Ken. Expediency of time.
Okay, each quarter we come to the City Council with the resolution to make you aware of or approve any budget adjustments that we made during the quarter. This is for the quarter ending June 30th. There was no additional adjustments that needed approval. On the first page, it's all splattered with blue ink, trying to highlight where I think the major focus needs to be as far as how we're monitoring our revenues and expenditures. The general fund, the fund balance forecast, based on our collections through June and what my estimates are for the remainder of the year, we are slightly below the $5 million already, and that's because of the revenues that we've not received related to the pandemic. So I'm saying my best guess is $4.8 million would be in reserves by year end. That's still subject to a lot of variables, as I covered in the budget presentation. No change on the hurricane recoveries, other than I did get a call and have an appointment to talk to a gentleman that's trying to close out the pier work that was done under Hurricane Matthew. And we had like a $40,000 overrun, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed, hoping that we will at least get a piece of that. Out of all the hurricanes, there's a total of $140,000, and that would be a good part of that if it was successful. The enterprise funds, nothing significant to report there. No major variances from budget. So I won't take your time on that. We always give you all further details of the various accounts of the city and the budget comparisons. We summarized a report for the outstanding capital projects for being 9 months into the fiscal year. I think other than a few projects that are just not really initiated yet, for those things that were appropriated for equipment and some of the lesser projects, we've done well, I think, in completing or initiating most of those. Investments, we keep our money in 3 places: the local bank, Seacoast, the State Board of Administration, and an investment program that's approved by the state to invest a portion of our funds. With the bond market in reaction to the actions of the Federal Reserve, the rates are not good. We're struggling on that, but at least we know those funds are safe. There is a breakdown in the report of the interfund loans. That's on page 155 of your agenda, I believe. That gives you a status report on anything where funds were borrowed from one fund to the other and what the progress on payment is. The balance of the report are the reports that each department gave to me, and I just compiled it into one document to kind of show you the activities that they've been working on during the quarter.
Thank you. I apologize to make this legal, Mr. City Attorney. Would you read the resolution, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, approving an amendment and recognizing certain adjustments to the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2019 and ending September 30th, 2020, as provided for in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, providing for scrivener's error, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor Dodd, I move approval of resolution number R-20-13.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hill. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
All right, Vice Mayor Malte seconded that. Is there any discussion from the public on this? Seeing none?
I have one on Zoom.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I wanted to say something too.
Joe?
Oh, God.
Is he there?
No, it's Julie.
Okay. Thank you. Julie, can you state your name, please?
Julie Scazzari, 1401 Thornhill Lane. I wanted to also add in about the stormwater drainage on Thornhill Lane.
We're talking about the third quarter. If you have something to do with Thornhill Lane, contact the city manager, and we'll try to get all that together.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for everything.
Mr. Mayor?
1 second. Let's see if there's anybody else on Zoom. No? All right. Councilmember Gilliam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Ken, good job. I was looking at the third quarter accomplishments, and I just want to emphasize to the police department's volunteers, 1,117 hours during this quarter. And by the way, I was reading the report, and I think it was a typo. It shows quarter 2, not quarter two, you meant quarter three, right?
Yes,
On
it should
page-
refer to quarter three.
Yeah, page 158. Yeah, up there in, where it says detectives, you got, quarter two up there, it might just be a typo.
It is.
And also on the next page, page 160, also on the crime scene and evidence, those must be statistics from quarter three, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, Mr. Mayor, that the volunteers down there at the police department bring so much to this community and the volunteer hours and the things that they do. And people, if they don't know, if you can go online and check the agenda, the backup information on page 157. These guys, these ladies and gentlemen are heroes. And it brings me to the Citizens Academy that I requested when I first got elected, and I'm sure we're moving forward on that for the building side, not the police department, but a Citizens Academy also, so people can get educated on government, how to navigate your way through the government departments down here. And I know it's been a tough year with COVID-19. It's been a little difficult, so I know you got your hands full, Mr. City Manager. Don't mean to put the pressure on you, but when we can get more citizens into our government and get them volunteering, it's awesome. So I just want to reach out to the team, the volunteers that go out and check the homes and the hours that they put in. And Ken, it's a good job, good report. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Made it very easy this time. Thank you.
All right, any other conversation from the council?
No, sir.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Hill, second by Vice Mayor Malte. There's no money involved in this, so everyone who would signify by saying aye for approval.
Aye.
Aye. Nays?
Aye.
All right, we have 5, that's approved, 5-0. New business item B, resolution R20-14. Mr. City Attorney, would you read that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute a public transportation grant agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation, open paren, FDOT, close paren, for the establishment of sewer utility service, Airport West Side, at the Sebastian Municipal Airport, providing for conflict, providing for scrivener's error, and providing for effective date.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so, Mr. Mayor, this is a grant that Scott Baker applied to the FDOT to expand the sewer system within the airport boundaries, the lift station, and all of the sanitary sewer lines to serve the west end of the airport. And the side note to that, we've also got a grant with St. John's to bring the force main in under a different grant. It has nothing to do with this grant. And this is a $800,000 in grant, a $200,000 city match for a total of $1 million to design and bring in sanitary sewer and remove septic systems in the airport, and also make the airport economically feasible for future development and jobs creation.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Dodd, I'd move approval of resolution number R-20-14.
Have a motion by Councilmember Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Gilliam. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Is there any conversation from the... No. Any conversation from the council?
Yes, Mr. Baker, good job. That's a lot of money. I love seeing stuff like that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. $800,000 is a lot of money. I would have liked to see the $200,000 that you took out of our DST money. That should have came from the county's little reserve of $40 million that they're sitting on, being that this is their business, the utility business. So next time we squeeze our friend down there at the county, Mr. Brown, for that $200,000. But good job. This is what we're looking for.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
Just briefly, I appreciate what you did there, and much more than just getting the $800,000. It's going to be a boom for the west side of the airport to have a sewer extension in there on the industrial property. So this is a very, very important thing for the city of Sebastian and the development of the west side of the airport, which will be a boom for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Public input.
I did that already. Yes.
Councilmember Paris?
Yes.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Motti?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliams?
Yes.
Councilmember Hill?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, this is on new business item C, resolution R-20-15. Mr. City Attorney, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute a public transportation grant agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation, open paren, FDOT, close paren, for square hangar site engineering and development at the Sebastian Municipal Airport, providing for conflict, providing for scrivener's error, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr. Mayor, this is a furtherance of our airport master plan that was approved a couple years ago to expand use of the airport and bring general aviation into our airport. And we have a section of land that has been designated for general aviation hangars. And to promote that, again, Mr. Baker was successful in getting a grant from DOT for $222,013 to help with the infrastructure and the design of the infrastructure to make that site available for development. And we'll be looking at building 2 hangars from future funding and grant funding to build those and to promote the additional hangars, leased land space for additional hangars. This would not have been possible without the master plan being in place. They wouldn't have funded it without that master plan being in place. So this is to further the plan that was approved and to further the goal of the airport to provide for additional general aviation use of the airport.
Yes, thank you.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hill, seconded by Councilmember Gilliams. Is there any public input? Zoom?
No one.
All right, seeing none.
Mr.
Any
Mayor?
conversations by the city council members?
Yeah, again, I want to reach out to Mr. Baker, as well as the city manager, on that last one as well. Mr. Paul Carlisle, $800,000. I missed you on that. Thank you. Good job with your leadership in getting that money. I like seeing that, so good job, both of you. All right. Happy to see it. Thank you.
Anyone
That's
else?
it, Mr. Mayor.
Again, Mr. Baker, thank you very much. Paul, beginning, right? I'm not loud enough without this mic. Just kidding.
Not quite.
No, I appreciate the staff's work on this again. This is the west side of the airport. The west side of the airport is very important to the future of Sebastian. It's going to be a great industrial place over there. These hangars are going to be great for Sebastian. We build 2, they build 10, and it's in dire need. So thank you very much. Good job.
And I do have one thing to say, and I think it's relatively important. For the city of Sebastian, the west side of the airport is our commercial development area, since we're not going to annex anybody to do commercial development. I just want to make sure everybody understands that this city is deadlocked right now, and the west side of the airport is our commercial development area. So any money we throw into that west side of the airport is going to enhance our ability to do commercial development and possibly bring jobs to the city of Sebastian. So I'm very happy about this.
Mr. Mayor, my big concern is that when you have airport development, you've got pollution, and we got to keep an eye on chemicals and stuff like that. So, yeah, with development at the airport, it's good, but please, let's have something in place to make sure that we check these businesses and they're not utilizing chemicals for painting and for oil, and they're not dispersing them and getting rid of them and having them collected properly.
Needless to say, we can always come up for reasons why we don't want to do something instead of reasons why we want to. Let's have a roll call, please.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Motti?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliams?
Yes.
Councilmember Hill?
Yes.
And Councilmember Paris?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to city attorney matters.
Nothing at this time, Mr. Mayor.
City manager matters.
Just a couple issues. I know we're all aware of it. We need to keep Louisiana and Texas in our thoughts with what could be a possible Category 5 hurricane making landfall this evening. So I wish all the best for them and hope that it works out well for them. Our CARES Act funding for our businesses is not being utilized as much as we had hoped it would be. I think we're, Ken, about $130,000 we've distributed so far of the $700 we allocated. So the money's still available for them to apply for them and their employees. Ken and I are brainstorming on additional ways to spread this money into the community. You know, some of the things that I've asked Ken to look at is those that are maybe in foreclosure to expend some of those dollars there. We've got to come up with a way to manage that. So I'm not saying it's in place yet. It will have to come back to you at the next meeting. But that money's available currently for the businesses that had the reduction in costs and in revenues because of COVID and were affected by COVID. So we're looking at expanding that program and also looking at some other ways to expand that program to get that money into the community where it was designated to go.
Does that apply, and I bring this up because I got an email from the Italian American Club where, because they're a bar and not a restaurant, they haven't been able to reopen. And is there anything in there that stops a membership club like that from applying for this?
I don't have the answer for you on that. I have to go back and look at the rules that we propagated. That would be something they'd have to apply, we'd have to look at it.
I'll forward you that email, and maybe we can find out if they're eligible for that, because they're really getting hurt right now.
They're more than welcome to apply, we'll evaluate it. We're not going to turn anything down. When we get the application, we'll look at it on its merits, and we'll evaluate it and see how it goes. That's the best answer I can give you at that point.
I haven't had a chance to talk to you about it yet, since I got it.
That's not something I thought of, but that doesn't mean we can't look at that as an addition to our program if it's not.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Pardon me, may I ask Mr. Carlisle a question?
Yeah, can you wait till your time, or is it about this particular program?
It's about the CARES Act, it's short.
Okay, go ahead and ask.
I emailed Mr. Carlisle earlier today. I've been contacted by at least 7 citizens, and I've always been really, really involved with small business owners. And I worked with SCORE and SBA when I was employed with the chamber. So we assist people in filling these things out. And similar to what we're doing here with, the senior center and other assistants, it seems that these small business owners are having problems entering the right information for this grant online. It does ask for a W-9. Now, I don't know who our accountant is, but a lot of LCCs, corporations, and sole proprietors don't file with a W-9. So, people are having issues otherwise, and I'm not surprised that there's such a low number that we have incoming for these grant applications. But I think there needs to be further assistance for these people.
Okay.
And I had sent Councilmember Paris an email back talking about why the W-9 is required by IRS. And I also had sent her an email later this afternoon asking her to direct those individuals to Ken Kilgore, and he can help them through the process of how to apply.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
They're to contact him directly, correct?
That's correct.
So
yes, that would be
contact Ken Kilgore at the city.
They can email him, and he can help them through the process.
Yes. Okay, Vice Mayor Malty. Oh, I'm sorry. City Clerk's matters. Done. You have to bring up something, so I keep remembering to call you. Vice Mayor Malty.
Mayor Dodd, I'm going to go back in time a little bit. I've got some comments and recommendations on matters that were spoken. A statement was made, actually you made a statement, a lot of misinformation was presented by the council members. I'm not sure that misinformation was presented by all the council members. The information presented to myself and other planning and zoning members commissioned by the city goes back to 2019, was presented as factual. I learned at a later date that there was much information withheld from the Planning and Zoning Commission by city staff. The withheld information was critical in presenting the full picture, concerns raised by other governing agencies, environmental groups, adjoining sister communities. The Planning and Zoning Commission had no knowledge that this information existed and should have been included in the agenda packet. I'm referring to the Graves Brothers annexation. Further, there was, however, much information reported in the TC Palm without supporting source details. One of the stories, environmentalists county worry about the impact of possible 5,500 homes developed in Sebastian. Where did this number come from? It didn't come from me.
I don't know.
Another article, IRC wants to discuss present annexation with Sebastian. In this article, it says the Graves countries could bring up to 3,500 homes developed. Where did this data come from? It didn't come from myself.
I don't know.
But it seems to be attributed to the 3 council members. But I just want to go through this and try and clear some of the air up. Another article in the TC Palm titled, Let's Hold a Referendum to Design Perfect Paradise. A central question to be addressed is, what will the impact of 3,699 homes be? Again, a lot of information and misinformation spread by the news media. not just by so-called council members. Though the news articles were presented information with no support to determine if, one, were reading accurate news or embellished information. To attribute this news information to 3 council members overlooking what the news media was reporting is a misattribution. Second, we have people making statements at council meetings where they said no one attended the zoning meetings during this period of time. Ms. Cottenberg prefaced the opening of a public hearing, Grace Brothers Company Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map, by stating, due to the large number of people attending this meeting, each person who wants to speak during public input will be limited to 3 minutes instead of the regular 5 minutes. Did she forget or ignore what she said? Third, it was disappointing for me to learn that the 3-judge panel from the 19th Circuit Court, IRC, ruled on one issue of the Grace Brothers annexation. The city failed to provide an accurate map of the land to be annexed. There are several other issues that are just as cogent to the Audubon Society, numerous other legal objections to the courts. There was no analysis or support rejecting the arguments relating to process, procedure, and substantial law. These questions beg to be asked. Why Councilman Dodd failed to see the complexities of the Audubon Society suit, I don't know. Referencing the 5-acre parcel only, was there more to the suit than just the 5 acres that was omitted? I believe Mr. Reisman summed up the issues quite well in his editorial, Sebastian's Future Hinges on Electing Qualifiers. He points out the errors of the incumbents, Jim Hill and Ed Dodd, led the charge to annex the Grace Brothers property without dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They were the ones who blew off their own planning commission's 3-3 stalemate over the vote. They were the ones who failed, along with the Grace Brothers and the city staff, to hold open meetings with Indian River County, concerned citizens and environmental groups, allowing rumors to fester and cause litigation. They were the ones who disregarded the pleas of 45 folks who spoke at the final annexation hearing on August 28, 2019, saying they did not want it or asking for a vote to be tabled so the issue could be further discussed. They were the ones who let Jeff Bass, President and COO of Fourth Generation Grace Brothers, own to speak for as long as he wanted to, while putting a time limit on the hearing of Sebastian residents' comments. It is council members who ultimately are responsible for the staff errors that led to 3 circuit court judges to overturn the annexation after the appeal from the Pelican Audubon Society. These council members who have caused the city to be billed at least $30,000 in legal fees, and the city might be on the hook for more fees. And in addition, it's clear that the citizens spoke of the cost the city would incur for the Audubon Society's litigation against the city, spoke without knowledge of the understanding of the annexation agreement. It is important to note the annexation agreement clearly stated the city shall have the right to employ counsel in any such case, with counsel being reasonably acceptable to the owner, and fees and expenses of this counsel shall be borne by the owner, should the city not prevail. Well, the Audubon Society prevailed, not the city. Thus, the owner of the property shall bear the cost and the fees. Once again, people are speaking without knowledge of facts and details on these matters. My 4th point, the citizens of Bastion have the city in their hands. I ask that each of you, each member of the future city council, to review the new comprehensive plan. This plan is the future of Sebastian. But as proposed, increased density and smaller building lots will not bring affordable housing to Sebastian. Sebastian is a bedroom community where retirees come to live. Sebastian has no job market in Sebastian, no industry or technology base. Shopping centers and proposed developments do not provide sustainable salaries. Uncontrolled growth leads to urban sprawl. It's my opinion that the new comprehensive plan does not address these issues of growth. Do you, the citizens of Sebastian, and the city council and the city management want to turn Sebastian into another Fort Myers or Port St. Lucie? We are in a new era because of the pandemic and ever-expanding technology. Our old ways are changing. People no longer go to the supermarket or the dry cleaners. The youth of today shop online for their automobiles, their education, their daily meals. We need to adjust these changing times. I ask you. Always seek out supporting data and details, information when confronted with broad brush statements. Do not be afraid to ask for explanations or additional facts. Your city council, your city manager owes you nothing less. Soon you will be presented with a new comprehensive plan, one that is more than 2 years overdue. Please examine it carefully. Ensure that the information in the new plan is factual, accurate, and comprehensive, wide-ranging, so that it will serve the citizens now and in the future. If low and moderate income housing is a desired outcome, the new city council and you, the citizens, must look to how we can increase the job market here in Sebastian beyond entry-level service jobs. For example, let us seek some high-tech industries to build complexes here. This is where the future lies. Let us seek a partnership with our colleges and universities for classrooms and facilities, capacities and outreach to our schools and the community for extended learning. Let us seek planned recreational open spaces for our citizens, for those capable as well as for those with disabilities. Let us think of other alternates rather than crowded housing if we want to become more than a bedroom community. There are many opportunities we can explore. The city must be ready to partner with the landowners so that we can achieve these future goals. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Gilliams.
Nicely said, Charles. Well put together.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to try to go through this very quickly, so,
Mr. Mayor?
so I can now leave some time for Jim to speak.
I'm sorry.
No, just, it's 9:14, just in case you want to push it.
All right, I'll move that we extend the meeting until 10 o'clock. Do I have a second?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would ask that you, as the person who's running this meeting, make sure that all council members have an opportunity to speak this evening.
I will.
Thank you.
I will. So, Ms. Gilliams, we're going to extend the meeting until 10 o'clock. That's 45 minutes. So we have 3 other people to speak, and I'm going to ask you then if you can keep your comments to maybe 15 minutes or less.
I'll try to be quicker than that, sir.
All right.
Yeah. So, first and foremost, the recall petition that we're doing here in the city, if we would have waited one more day, according to Leslie Swan, and those petitions were turned in and waited, we would not have to have a special election and cost the taxpayers.
Ms. Gilliam, you're discussing something that's in a lawsuit right now. I would ask you not to do that.
No, this is not in a lawsuit. This is $40,000 that we're spending. If we would have waited a day, if we would have waited one day, it could have been on November 3rd's election.
Ladies,
so
I
let everybody speak. I'll let everybody speak. This is my turn.
Is that
the specific?
Mr. Mayor?
Would you wait, please?
Sure.
I'm asking attorney for opinion.
The specific issue that, am I on? Yeah, the specific issue that Councilmember Gillian's discussing is not part of litigation.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So, yeah, if we would have waited one day and turning in those petitions and then turning them over to the supervisor of elections, we would not have a special election. It would have been done in November. So $40,000, puff. And that's why when I see the budget, I'm very concerned on that kind of spending. There's something happened to me just recently I found very disturbing, and I did mention it to the police chief, and I don't know if I did. Oh, I think I mentioned it to the city manager. But alcohol and tobacco has been called to my business 5 times by this community. I've operated that business for 28 years. Never have I ever had ATF come to my business. But recently, there's a group that's calling ATF, and not only the group, Mr. City Manager, but the police department. I was told by ATF agents that the police department called and turned me in as well. And for something so ignorant, and all they had to do was pick up the phone and ask about a food license, they wouldn't have had to send 2 agents down to my place of business. And they're getting to the point where it's becoming monotonous. It's pathetic. So, why they're making those calls behooves me, but and I did speak to the chief, and he said he would look into it. So, and I think he's on vacation. The sign up for the next election, I guess pre-qualifying started August 20th, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Mr. Mayor? And it goes until
It's
September.
finalized.
And it goes to September 4th? For
No, it's already finalized. You're talking about the November election.
Correct, that's what I'm talking about.
November
Yeah.
election goes till September 4th.
Yeah, so I want to make an announcement to the community that, there are 2 other seats up in November that you can qualify now, started on the 20th, and it goes out until September 4th. So don't be confused with the 2 elections. There's time up until September 4th to sign up. I also want to personally thank the city manager and Ken, the finance director. I did receive my $5,000 to help my business, and there was a news organization that made me look like I was being first and trying to be inconsiderate, when in fact, I'm a business like everybody else. My taxes are paid down there just like everybody else. They're passing rumors around town that I don't pay my taxes. Well, they're paid. And for the news media, Sebastian Daily, to put out false rumors about my business, I find very disturbing. I called 25 other businesses after that meeting and told them exactly where to look to help, because I feel, being up here, I wanted to be an advocate for the small businesses of this community. I'm a family-operated business, just like all the others. And for that newspaper to put me in on their headlines, because I know it gets them clicks, and that's how they get paid, but did not give the full story. And so I wanted the community to know that. The meeting that everybody says it's illegal, the April 22nd meeting, that meeting was scheduled twice. It's in writing. The city manager said I was entitled to that meeting. There was the public here at that meeting. We did that meeting in the chambers. That meeting was recorded. But everybody in this community is calling us convicted. Convicted felon. They're going door to door and telling everybody I'm a convicted felon, when in fact, those are charges, those are allegations, and I'll have my day in court where I can prove myself innocent. And for them to utilize that, this group utilize something that's not accurate, and that the Sebastian Daily's putting it out for clicks to help this group get 2 of their members up here, I find very disturbing. And if you're going to be a newspaper, you need to be responsible. If you're going to put the news out, put out both sides of the story. Now, I got to give him credit. He did come to my business and allow me to speak to his viewers. But never got an invitation for tomorrow night. And if I'm going to be on the recall ballot, I'd like to be able to speak and defend myself, but I don't think they want me there, which is fine. I did want to mention that Larry Reisman, the Press Journal, is also going to be doing something. September 3rd, it'll be live, TC Palm, where he invited everybody, not just the 10 candidates or 9 candidates, I lost track, but the recall candidates as well, to come down and give their side of the story, which that's what a true newspaper does. They allow everybody to come down and have their say. So with that, I want to thank Larry. Now, there was a gentleman that came up here earlier about the concern, I think his name was Frank. And I'm concerned just like Frank is, Mr. Mayor. There are people sleeping in their cars. There are people sleeping in the woods. And I think as a city and as leaders of this community, with what's about to come down the pipe, I think in the next 2 to 3 months with job losses, income loss, we should try to figure out some sort of plan to help these people in our community. And I have some thoughts and ideas. I'd like to just throw it out to the city manager, and maybe they can get some of the local engineers to throw something together on a piece of property, a large piece of property, that we can assist these people with some sort of dignity, where they can come, shower, get something to eat, process them, try to put them in a direction where they're getting medical, because there are a lot of people sleeping in their vehicles. You just don't know it. But if you go to some of these shopping plazas, it's sad. And in America, that's unacceptable. And in our community, when we have a lot of money in reserves, this is the time when the rainy day reserves should come out, even if it's a small tent city. I hate to say that word, but something. We have a lot of acreage at the airport. It could only be temporary until we get through these hard times. Just an idea, and I want to thank Frank for bringing that up, because the engineers can lay something out like the refugees that go from country to country. They put these people in areas where they can get some sort of housing, temporary housing, some food, some medical, and some psychological and mental assistance as well. So, and I wish that Mrs., and I like Michelle Morrison, don't get me wrong, we respectfully disagree with one another, but she keeps saying that was an illegal April 22nd meeting, and it's wrong. It's wrong. If you look at the facts, I will get my day in court, and people will come up to me later on and apologize to me. I want to also mention to Bill, same thing. He came up here this evening and said that illegal actions, and I was told he's the one that's going door to door and telling people I'm a felon. Well, I own a real estate development company. I have a property management company. I have a liquor license. You can't be a felon, sir, and have those kind of licenses. So please, stop it. Stop slandering me. Stop libeling me. It's wrong. What you're doing, if that's how you have to get elected, shame on you. So I hope that you refrain yourself. I don't want to have to take people to court. I don't want to go that route. I want to avoid that. But I do have rights too. And I'm not going, and I have not knocked anybody on the other side. You guys have your right to have your recall. I was willing to let you speak tonight without any interruptions, to have you say, political or not, because the people have a right to know. And if they want to hear your side, that's okay. They can hear both sides.
Can you
Mr.
wrap
Dodd,
this up in
I'm
about
almost
3
done.
minutes?
On the annexation meeting you had here in the chambers, and you did not have a rebuttal, to put out that information with Andy Hodges and the Sebastian Daily.
I don't need a rebuttal. I was a citizen and I made a...
I was not a
an interview.
citizen. What you did was you gave the appearance from City Hall in the chambers with your ally, Mr. Andy Hodges, actually John Hodges. His real name is John, just so everybody knows.
Are you done?
No. And to not have a rebuttal on what you put out on annexation, everything you put out was not correct. Okay, because there are issues with that annexation, and I welcome Mr. Bass to come back and resubmit, and maybe the city manager will waive his fees, and let's just do it right. Let's get the people involved, let's get the organizations involved, let everybody have a say. Let's do an annexation agreement, development agreement that's fair to everybody. We have only 2 boat ramps here. I didn't see anything about the boat ramps in any annexation agreement. When you bring in 9,000 people, they're bringing their boats.
Okay, can you wipe it up in about 2 minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm waiting to hear from my friends at the brewery for the big invite, the big party for tomorrow. And Charles, again, thank you very much for your information tonight. That was well put together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you. I will not take that much time, I promise. But I do appreciate you getting some time for us to speak. Let's clear one thing up. If we didn't have council members violating the law, we would not be having a special election. So that's what's costing us $40,000. Now, I'll get to what I had for this evening. On July 22nd, 2020, Resolution R-20-10, approving the COVID-19 recovery and stimulus plan grant application process and submittal to Indian River County for pre-approval. We had that on the agenda that evening. The last paragraph in the background states that assuming pre-approval by Indian River County, we will attempt to quickly advertise the grant's availability and promptly accept applications and issue checks on a first-come, first-served basis. There was a motion by Mayor Dodd, seconded by me, to approve resolution, and there were 2 changes in the resolution, so the actual application was going to change, and the rules of the application was changing that evening. There was a citizen who had asked a question just before we voted, and that question was what the time frame that was that businesses can apply. And Mayor Dodd, you said there would be, and by the way, this council approved these minutes tonight, so we all agree that this is what was said. Mayor Dodd said there would be no applications until it was applied for by the county and advertised by the city manager. That was stated that evening. Damian Gilliams voted yes to that. Now I'll read you from Florida statute, state statute 112.3143, voting conflicts. Paragraph 3A. No county, municipal, or other local police or public officer shall vote in an official capacity upon any measure which would endure them to his or her special private gain or loss, which he or she knows would inure to a special private gain or loss of any principal by whom he or she is retained, or the parent organization or subsidiary of a corporation. I apologize, I'm not legalese, so I read like not very good right here. Principal by which he or she is retained, other than an agency as defined in section 112.312, paragraph 2, or which he or she knows would inure to the special private gain or loss of a relative business associate, public officer. Such public officer, now this is like, this person, if they're going to vote on something that they're going to benefit from financially, is what this is about. Such public officer shall, prior to the vote being taken, publicly state to the assembly, which would be the council, the nature of the officer's interest in the matter for which he or she is abstaining from voting within 15 days after the vote occurs, disclose the nature of his or her intent as the public record in a memorandum filed with the person responsible for recording the minutes of the meeting, who shall incorporate the memoranda in the minutes. I'm sorry about all that legalness, but what it means is if you're going to vote on something, or if there's a vote or something before this council, and there's a possibility that you may benefit financially from it, you have to abstain, you have to let the city attorney know you're abstaining, and you have to have a written explanation to the city clerk within 15 days of that vote. State statute, section 112.313, paragraph 6 states, public officers and employees and local government attorneys are prohibited from corruptly using or attempting to use their official positions or the resources thereof to obtain a special privilege or benefit for themselves or others. In other words, if you happen to have an agenda up here that's not really public yet, you can take that and make copies of it and go out and give it to your buddies and try to get this thing in first, right? Section 112.313, paragraph 8, Florida statute. Public officers and employees and local government attorneys are prohibited from disclosing or using information not available to the public and obtained by reason of their position, like getting an agenda and a draft application in it, for the personal benefit of themselves or others. Now, thank you, Mr. Gilliam, for bringing up the fact that you got your $5,000. That's good. I'm glad you got your $5,000. But I believe that this council has to police itself. I believe all three of those state statutes were violated. And for that, I would ask that Mayor Dodd, at the direction of this council, draft a letter to the Florida Commission of Ethics asking for their opinion on the three potential violations to state statutes by Mr. Gilliams, and ask that they impose any penalty they see fit. So that's the first thing I have as an item.
Okay, I'd like to get some input from the attorney on that. Okay. I know he's looking very, very like, I don't want to talk right now.
All I heard is Florida Statute 112.312, 313, what was the other one?
I got 312, 313, 312, that's 312, 313, paragraph 6, 312, 313, paragraph 8.
Wait. One more time, I apologize.
No, it's okay, I'm sorry. 313.6, Florida statute, and then 313.8, Florida statute.
Roger.
Also, the conflict of interest, which is 112.314.3, paragraph 3A, which is about the need for abstention if it's going to benefit you financially.
Okay, before I would, ask this, I would like to get a legal opinion from the attorney, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, I don't think it's inappropriate to ask the attorney for a legal opinion on this.
You need 3 votes to direct the city attorney, Mr. Mayor.
No, but we can't,
You need 3 votes, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Just
Okay,
let's have 3 votes.
so,
That's how you
all
direct a
right,
charter
so,
officer.
As
And
a
let the
all right.
Mr. Mayor.
Please, one second.
I said that
let me try to run the meeting a little bit. I'm trying to help you out here.
I spoke to Ken. I said I would sign a release.
Okay, as a sense of the council, because we can't take a vote during this matter, but as a sense of the council, I'm asking the council to determine whether there's a sense of the council that we should ask the city attorney to develop a legal opinion on this issue. And so if you say yes, we're going to ask the city attorney to provide us a legal opinion. Mr. City Attorney, do you have a comment?
Well, my only comment is, since I represent all the council, if the council wants to give me direction to draft something to the Department of Commission on Ethics, to render this opinion, I think it'd be a lot better than the opinion coming from me. But that's just my personal.
Okay, that's fine.
I think
All
it'd be
right,
better
so
coming
then
from.
we'll get a sense of the council if we want the attorney to put together a letter to the Commission on Ethics pertaining to this and request that they provide an opinion on that.
It's a matter of law. It's just asking for an opinion.
Okay, so all I'm asking for is a yes or no vote. Do you want to move forward with the attorney doing that or not?
Yes.
Yes, from Councilmember Hill. Vice Mayor Malte.
Yes.
Councilmember Gilliams.
Yes.
Councilmember Paris.
Yes.
All right, I'll vote yes. So we're asking you to go forward with it.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Dodd, I'm sorry. And then,
I know, you have more to do. I just want to get that cleared up.
yeah, and I don't want to hold the fine folks up here any longer.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Shows that the council wants to actually follow the law. I would also ask, if I could, the city clerk, has Damian Gilliam filed to run for the recall election? Has he filed documentation required to run for recall?
No.
To be one of the
Has
replacements?
Damian Gilliam, I'm sorry, that's confusing because obviously he can't be on the ballot, so he can't, but has he generated or filed a legal PAC that would allow for him to be campaigning against the recall?
He has not filed a PAC statement, but he has filed his depository statement to accept or expend contributions and.
Okay, and is that acceptable for him to be campaigning against the PAC and collecting monies?
In the statute, it says, under the recall statute, it does say that the recalled candidates must follow 106.
Okay, and he's doing that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you, Jim.
And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Paris.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, let me start with, I wanted to comment on Ms. Morris's statement about how she doesn't get replies from council members via email. And I do remember, you know, I've lived here 38 years. I haven't been to many city meetings, but prior to sitting on this council, I remember many times not getting response from Mayor Hill and my friends too. So it must be kind of common. Just thought I'd let you know that. I tried very hard, and I think I have answered all of the emails except for, with the exception, of course, with rude insults and things that didn't pertain to city matters. So, and I wanted to ask the city attorney, if Mr. Hill works for the golf course, doesn't that benefit him the way he's, you know, speaking about Mr. Gilliams? He does work at the golf course, and he is a council member.
No, he doesn't work at the golf course. He does not work at our golf course.
In any relation with the golf course?
I don't think you do any projects at our golf course, no.
No, sir?
No, he does not.
Not this golf course, all right.
Yeah, he does it for other golf courses, but it's the same company that manages ours.
Not
So-
true.
Not
That's
true.
a complete lie.
Yeah,
If
we
you
know
want to
that.
try, if you want to say that again, say it in fact, sir, because that's a lie. Never.
He has nothing to do with the Sebastian City Golf Course. Councilmember Gilliam.
What company manages our golf courses, may I ask?
I'm sorry?
IGM. It's IGM, International Golf Maintenance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And lastly, I wanted to ask Mr. Kilmore, if there's an explanation of why P&Z was asked for approval of the $1.3 million addition for the Public Works building? If he's still here, Ken.
No, he's not here, but.
He's not here, but I'm not familiar with the question. If you'd repeat it, I'll try to answer it.
Okay. There was no explanation of why P&Z was asked for to approve the $1.3 million for the addition on the Public Works building?
Well, we didn't ask them to approve it. That is our capital improvement plan, and that's part of the capital improvement plan. Again, that money is phased in over the course of 3 to 4 years as we build that in phases. So rather than just try to fund it all and build it all in one phase, and it's not all needed, we will build it in phases as we grow into the building, and those funds are what's needed. There was an anticipated budget prior to my coming here with no true planning giving to it, and we went to the design build phase, and then we started value engineering to find a cost, a real cost, not a just grab a number out of the air cost. And so those numbers will have changed. I have explained to the design build company that I won't come to council without a true guaranteed maximum price, where we don't run into issues like happened with City Hall, where things were not vetted out and things were not planned out. We won't move to construction until we have those all vetted out.
Let me say something about that though first. The Planning and Zoning Commission, the capital improvement plan is presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission every year. The objective of that presentation to the Planning and Zoning Commission is for them to determine whether the items on the capital improvement plan are consistent with the comprehensive plan and are consistent with things that they're seeing from a planning and zoning perspective. They're not charged with reviewing dollars on the capital improvement plan. They're not charged with questioning whether an item is correct or not. They're only charged with trying to determine whether they feel, from their perspective, that it fits the comprehensive plan. So any discussion that they had about dollars really wasn't necessarily within the scope. No one asked them to approve $1.6 million for anything. So that's where the confusion came about.
All right, thank you for that answer. And lastly, I think Councilmember Gilliam's made a great point about maybe using some of the Affordable Cares Act money for these homeless people and the situation that is bound to get worse in the very near future. I support a little group called Little Birthday Angels, and I'm very familiar with the fact that there are school children living in cars in our community, and that just is very preventable,
yes.
Especially with these extra funds. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, it's my turn. First of all, I want to apologize for my little outburst when the one lady was speaking. I get kind of sensitive when people call me a liar.
Me too.
It bothers me when they misinterpret my intentions like that and blatantly lie about my intentions, and it really bothers me a lot. I have to address the disability committee issue that was brought up. I did meet with Carolyn Anderson, and I met with the city manager and with Carolyn Anderson and the individual she was discussing that with. This was not politics. We were being told by the individual that Carolyn Anderson was with that we had to bring every building in the city up to the new 2010 ADA code, and that is not a correct statement. And we were told we were wrong, that we had to redo the elevator shaft in the city hall. We were being told we had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring a building up to a code that it's not required to come up to unless you're going to modify that building. There was no attempt by the city manager or I to denounce or to do anything related to that. We actually, both of us agreed with that group that adding push-button doors on 2 doors in the city hall and on the police department was a valid thing to do, and that we could pursue that. We were not willing, however, to accept the fact that a disability committee could be reconstituted, which, by the way, just didn't quit meeting. It was sunsetted by the city council, if you go back and look at the minutes. That was going to be reconstituted with an individual in charge of that committee who believed that we had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to meet a code we don't have to meet. And I'll take full responsibility for that. And if somebody doesn't think that I'm an upstanding citizen because of that, then so be it for that. On Mr. Gilliam's comments about the $5,000, I'm not opposed to him being applied for that. He's a businessman in this town. He, like every other businessman in town, he deserves to do that. I had not read the state statutes that Councilmember Hill read, and as he read them, I kind of thought maybe there should have been some mechanical things done by Mr. Gilliams to protect himself from that. But I was the one, though, who contacted the city manager when I was told that Councilmember Gilliams and some of his friends had submitted applications prior to the time that application was approved by the county and prior to the time that we was properly notified. And I was the one who asked the city manager what he was going to do with that, and as a result of that conversation, he had those applications pulled. And as I understand it, I don't know if it ever happened or not, was going to contact those individuals and tell them they had to reapply, that they couldn't apply beyond that. And quite frankly, for that, once again, I'm not doing anything bad. It was an appropriate action for me to take. It was improper for those applications to be filed before the form was approved by the county. It was improper for them to be filed before the city properly notified it. I'm actually surprised we're not getting a lot of hits. That means there's a communication issue somewhere for people not to be coming to us on that. As far as the annexation is concerned, we heard tonight, and I think I wrote this down, the annexation was seriously wanton, and it was not. The only thing that the three-judge panel could find wrong with that annexation in that lawsuit, which contained many points, not just one, the only thing they could find wrong, nothing with our procedures, nothing with the fact that we gave people 3 minutes to talk, nothing with any of that. They found that because we published a map in the newspaper that had a 5-acre block of that 1,100 acres not on it, and we published that before the hearing took place as a public notice of the hearing, that the resolution that we passed was improper. They didn't find that the procedures were wrong. In a public hearing, in any type of a quasi-judicial or legislative effort, the applicant for the project that you are hearing is given ample time to present their case, and the city is given ample time to present their case. That's normal process. No one gave Mr. Bass more time than the public because they were trying to do something bad. And it bothers me when I hear people like the vice mayor say that and use my name in relation to that. It bothers me when that happens. So I want to make sure everybody understands that the process that we followed was correctly followed. We gave the applicant, we gave the city staff plenty of time to present their case, and because there were so many people that wanted to speak, we limited the time to 3 minutes. The reason that the attorney's fees are being paid by the applicant is not new news. I knew that in August of last year when we passed that resolution to approve the annexation. Bob McPartland knew that. Linda Kitchens knew that. Jim Hill knew that. Al Iovino knew that because we had all read the annexation agreement. We knew that if there was a challenge, the applicant was going to pay the fees. We also knew all the things I said in my interview with the Sebastian Daly were also true, and I can quote those right back to the annexation agreement. It's really disjointed, in my opinion, and discourteous for people to continue with this stupid fallacy that started last August during an election campaign. The annexation's over. It's down being done. Let's quit lying about it. Okay, I don't know who proposed those numbers about 3,500 houses or 5,600 houses or whatever. I have no idea who put those numbers out because I'd never seen a number that said that. I think in the presentation from the city staff, they made some comment that if you added up all that was possible, it could be so many. But I don't remember exactly what their number was. And so I don't know who did that stuff in response to what the vice mayor was saying when he used my name again. On April the 22nd of this year, 3 council members held a meeting without proper notification, without proper public input, and illegally. I don't care what they say. It's that simple. And anybody who doesn't believe that that's the case is not looking at the facts. I was here. I told them that that meeting had been canceled. One of those 3 members was supposed to attend the original meeting by Zoom, yet she came to that meeting in person. It was not because she was coming to a meeting she thought was going to be taking place. And once again, I'm tired of having this council involved in that type of a case. That is the fact. And it's time we get past all this bickering. I was actually hoping tonight, through public input, that we could get past all this and try to move on with some business. But it's very difficult to do that. It actually just bothers me when people use my name with untruths and misrepresent the facts. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies, we are adjourned.
Donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti, bésame con frenesí. Ay, en el beso que te di, alma, piedad, corazón, dime que sabes tú sentir lo mismo que siento yo. And I without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I'd never known. Because his kisses are for me alone. Who wouldn't say frenesí?